Hello. Where's the button? Oh.
Can I do the? What's the date? Okay, and then yeah. Oh, but it just can't do it. No, no, oh, you just have to get. Oh, okay. Oh no, we have to go through all these. No, so what am I doing? 45 sentences? Yeah. 980. Yeah, I'm doing it. Did the first one go through? Yeah. The first one go through? I'm going to do mine now. Yeah, yeah. Might as well. Seeing as though there's resistance.
Good evening. I'd like to call this meeting to order. And I'd like to start with the land acknowledgement. The West Hollywood Planning Commission acknowledges that the land on which we gather and that is currently known as the City of West Hollywood is the occupied, unceded, seized territory of the Gabrielino Tonga and Gabrielino Quiche peoples. I'll next move on to the Pledge of Allegiance. I did not ask anyone today, so I guess I will give the pledge. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Secretary Gillig, may we please have roll call?
Thank you, and good evening, Commissioners. Tonight, Commissioner Solomon is absent, so the voting records will reflect that. Commissioner Mattos.
Present.
Commissioner Jones.
Here.
Commissioner Huppengarner.
Present.
Commissioner Carvalero.
Here.
Vice Chair Gregoire.
Here.
Chair Lombardi.
Present.
And we have a 6-member quorum tonight.
David, you got a lot of static on that mic.
We'll see how that goes. Okay. So item number 4, approval of the agenda. And I would like to note that item 10A is being recommended by staff to continue that item to a date certain, December 19th. Do we have anyone that would like to motion to approve the agenda? And would you like to include that recommendation?
So moved with the recommendation.
I'll second.
Thank you. So moved by Huppengarner and seconded by Commissioner Matos. We do have a lot of static today. I don't know if it's your mic or it's my mic.
And Chair, just for clarity, so the motion to move the agenda and to continue that item is to a date certain of the 19th of December? Okay, thank you.
And is the electronic stuck voting?
We have, yeah, we have 3 showing over here.
There we go. Okay, and the motion passes, noting 6 ayes, Commissioner Solomon as absent, approving the agenda as amended for December 5th, 2024.
Thank you. Item 5 is approval of the minutes dated November 7th, 2024.
Chair, I have a
just-
correction.
Okay, and does staff have any corrections they'd like to
Staff,
make first?
yes, staff does.
Just on page 3, item 10B, Robertson is spelled incorrectly.
That was staff's correction also. Thank
Okay.
you,
We're
thank you,
all-
Commissioner.
We're all on the same page today. Any
Angels
other
are singing.
corrections by staff?
That
or-
was no other corrections from staff.
Okay. Would anyone like to make a motion to approve
I'll move.
the minutes? Moved by Moved by Commissioner Hoopengarner, and a second from Vice Chair Gregoire. Thank you.
And the motion passes, noting 6 ayes. Commissioner Solomon will be absent on this vote, approving the minutes for November 7th, 2024, as amended.
Thank you. Item 6, public comment. Do we have anyone that would like to speak today?
We do. We have one person, I believe, in chambers. Oh, no, Lynn didn't call in? No? No, Chair, we do not.
No one in chambers? Anyone on Zoom? No? Okay. Then item 7, Director's Report.
Good evening, Chair Lombardi, Vice Chair Gregoire, and members of the Planning Commission, Nick Marisic, Director of Community Development. I have a brief report for you this evening with 2 updates and 1 announcement. Are you able to hear me okay? Okay.
Yes.
Last month, on November 16th, the City Council voted to direct staff to initiate a coordinated package of amendments to the applicable conditional use permits for residentially zoned hotels. And this would be to allow patrons other than hotel guests to dine at on-site restaurants. And the council directed that we bring these amendments forward in a single public hearing before the Planning Commission. So we'll be working to move forward with implementing the council direction. That was at their meeting on November 16th. And then earlier this week, on December 2nd, the City Council approved various amendments to the municipal code in order to enhance and clarify the special event permit process. The Planning Commission had previously reviewed and recommended approval of the zone text amendment component of this action. And then finally, would like to share a staffing announcement, and that is our senior transportation planner, Bob Chung, will be retiring from city service at the end of this month. Bob has served the city for over 15 years, and he's worked on a number of major projects during this time, including the change in the city's transportation impact methodology to vehicle miles traveled, which was a really significant change for the city. We will greatly miss him here, obviously, but we wish him all the best as he moves on to this new adventure in retirement. And this concludes my report for tonight. Thank you for your service to the community, and I'm happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any questions for our Community Development Director? Okay, thank you. Item 8 is the consent calendar. We have no items today, and that brings us to item 9, which are public hearings, Section 1, projects subject to the Housing Accountability Act, and we have 1 item today. So item 9A, which is 845 San Vicente Boulevard and 840 to 854 North Hilldale Avenue. This is a public hearing for a proposal to construct a new 3-story, 10-unit residential building with a rear pool deck and subterranean space on 840 and 854 North Hilldale Avenue, West Hollywood, and allow exclusive use of the rear pool deck and subterranean space by the Urban Inn, located at 845 North San Vicente Boulevard, West Hollywood. And do we have a staff report today?
Yes, Chair. We'll get my PowerPoint presentation here. Okay. Is that me? That is me. Okay, I think.
Is it possible?
Testing. 1, 2. Is anyone logged into Zoom? Is anyone logged into
Testing.
I think yes.
Testing. 1, 2. Okay, we're good. Testing. 1, 2.
Test.
You should have that in case. Oh, that doesn't work? Oh, just, okay. Okay, you can, if you don't want, get it out of your way.
Okay, Chair, we are ready to proceed. The situation's been rectified.
Okay. You can hear me. So we did say that we would start at 6:55. Should we wait until that time?
Chair,
Yeah.
I think so long as there's adequate notice that the issue was resolved in advance.
Okay. Those online probably have no idea what just happened. So, okay, we're recovering from a brief technical difficulty. And if everyone's ready, we remedied it a little bit faster. So we will continue the meeting. We're on item 9A, which is 845 San Vicente Boulevard and 840 to 854 North Hilldale Avenue. And we'll pick up with the staff report for this item.
Thank you, Chair. Good evening, Chair Lombardi, Vice Chair Gregoire, members of the Commission. Antonio Castillo, Senior Planner with the Current and Historic Preservation Division. I have a brief 6 or 7 minute presentation here. The item before you is, the item consists of 5 abutting properties within 2 primary sites that extend from San Vicente Boulevard to the east and Hilldale Avenue to the west, all properties under the same ownership. The first site includes the redevelopment of the 4 Hilldale parcels ranging in address from 840 through 854 North Hilldale, with a new approximately 18,000 square foot, 3-story, 10-unit residential development with 4 very low income units, 2 low income units, and 4 rent stabilized market rate units. This component of the project includes the construction of a rear pool deck and subterranean space at the rear of the Hilldale property for the exclusive use by the abutting Urban Inn located on the second site. The second site is the abutting designated cultural resource to the west of the Hilldale site, which operates as the Urban Inn with a restaurant known as the San Vicente Bungalows, located at 845 San Vicente Boulevard, accessible only from San Vicente Boulevard. The approximately 17,500 square foot Hilldale site is located in the R3A zoning district. It's located on the east side of Hilldale Avenue, just north of Santa Monica Boulevard. The approximately 16,500 square foot San Vicente site is located in the R4B zoning district. This is developed with 3 single-story street fronting bungalows constructed between 1890 and 1906 and rehabilitated in 2018, along with other new structures that were built on the site for the Urban Inn. The Urban Inn also includes the additional site directly across the street at 850 San Vicente Boulevard. The 3 southernmost parcels on Hilldale, that being 840, 844, and 848, are each similarly developed with an approximate 2,000 square foot, 2-story duplex and rear detached accessory structures constructed between 1925 and 1926. The 4th northernmost parcel at 854 Hilldale is developed with a 2,100 square foot single-story fourplex constructed in 1925. Most of the site was previously occupied by a residential drug treatment facility known as CLEAN, which vacated in 2019. The property at 854 Hilldale was vacated in July of 23. All 10 residential units are currently vacant and will be removed from the rental market. The construction of the residential building includes the 10 dwelling units within the 3 proposed stories. This includes a parking garage at the ground level, accessible from a single driveway approach. The request also utilizes 3 concessions and 2 waivers for providing affordable units. Common use areas are provided on the ground floor, including an entry lobby, mail and package area, resident lounge, elevator and stairs, lounge area, bicycle storage, and other amenities, including a waiting area for resident supportive services intended to be provided by the affordable housing provider. The project is required to provide a minimum of 500 square feet of common open space for the 10 units, and the project is proposing 866 square feet, including 600 square feet on the second floor, which is the first floor of the habitable units, and the additional common open space on the third floor. Additionally, each unit will include private open spaces within their own individual balconies. The parking garage will be accessed from the driveway along Hilldale and will provide 10 parking spaces, including 6 standard spaces, 3 compact spaces, 1 van accessible. And of the 10, 2 of the parking stalls will be EV spaces, EV-ready spaces. The rear 1/3 portion of the Hilldale site behind the new residential building is proposed as a 2,313 square foot ancillary area that includes a 600 square foot swimming pool and an approximate 1,700 square foot pool deck on the ground floor, and a approximate 2,000 square foot subterranean space below the pool deck containing approximately 1,000 square feet of dining area and other back of house uses within that space, including changing rooms, break room, restrooms, and other back of house spaces. The orange area here indicates the Hilldale, so Hilldale will be to the right. The gray is delineates the proposed building footprint. The blue area is the pool deck area, and to the right would be the San Vicente bungalows. This is a rendering of the amenity deck, the pool area that's between the bungalows and the proposed 3-story building, residential building. And this is a layout of that subterranean subterranean amenity space with a corridor that connects to the one of the ancillary buildings for the San Vicente bungalows. The entrance to the San Vicente bungalows will remain on San Vicente Boulevard, and the new residential building entrance will be on Hilldale Avenue. No connecting entrances or exits will exist between the 2 separate uses, except for any required emergency access requirements. Other components of the project include an amendment to the existing conditional use permit for the Urban Inn to allow the Urban Inn to expand its existing food and alcohol services to the new amenity deck and subterranean ancillary space as a guest-focused secondary amenity. The proposed, the project also proposes a vesting tentative tract map for the purposes of creating 2 master ground lots, with the Hilldale ground lot being one and the other being the San Vicente bungalow site. The Hilldale would be further divided into 3 airspaces, including 1 for each of the level of the residential building. As the second floor will contain 6 units of affordable housing, That level will be on a separate alienable airspace parcel, which the applicant is requesting for financing purposes. Conversely, the applicant and or a management company will operate the four rent-stabilized market units on the third floor under a separate parcel. By providing the 6 affordable units, the project qualifies for a density bonus, 3 concessions, and unlimited number of waivers necessary to ensure the physical construction of the project. The applicant has elected to redevelop the site with 10 units or a 1-to-1 replacement. The first concession being requested would allow an increase in the number of stories from 2 to 3 stories for a total height of 37.5 feet in height for the building. The second concession would be a reduction to the rear yard setback from 15 feet to 10 feet, and that would be for one portion of the building. The third concession would eliminate the art plan and installation requirements, which requires the project to provide art on site or pay an in lieu fee. And for the waivers, the first waiver would allow the reduction of the 6-foot additional front setback to the second and third story. The waiver number 2 would allow a 4% or 7-foot reduction to the 50-foot minimum habitable space requirement on the front facade for the ground floor. And it is staff's assessment that the requested concessions and waivers of development standards are appropriate and consistent with what is contemplated by the state density bonus law. In conclusion, staff supports the project given that the project is well suited for the site and the zoning district. It's thoughtfully designed and complementary to the context of the neighborhood, meets the applicable development standards for housing project using the density bonus and incentives, and provides 10 new units, of which 6 or 60% will be low or very low, and the remaining would be the 4 rent-stabilized market rate units. Under state law, projects that meet objective design standards under the Housing Accountability Act must be approved unless there is documented health and safety impact. A project with a density bonus and waivers is still considered consistent with the objective standards. And therefore, and consistent with state law limits on discretion for qualifying affordable housing development projects, staff recommends that the Planning Commission approve the project request subject to the findings and conditions of approval set forth in your draft resolutions. And with that, Chair, this concludes my presentation. Available for any questions. We also have the city's urban designer and our manager available, and the project applicant and architect of record are here as well, and we'll proceed.
Okay, great, thank you. I'd like to make sure that we cover disclosures, and then also if we could do a design review update before we get to questions. So are there any disclosures that anyone would like to make at this time? I'll go from my left all the way across. Commissioner Matos?
Yes, I spoke with members of the community about matters contained in the staff report.
Commissioner Gregoire?
I spoke with a representative of the applicant about matters in the staff report.
Thank you. And then no one on my right. I do not have any disclosures either. Commissioner Hoopengarner, would you be able to give a summary of some items that were discussed during our design review subcommittee?
Sure, I'd
Thank
be
you.
happy to. Overall, I think the committee was very positive about the project, that how well it integrated into the community. There were, excuse me, there were questions regarding the placement of the transformer. and the access to the bathroom from both bedrooms in the two-bedroom units. There was discussion about uplighting on the pool side of the pool. There was discussion about the number of trees being removed and replaced, and then about the planters under the trellis that were not in the renderings and in the plan designs, and how the vines would be supported. I think then the other discussion was about the street activation in front of the ground floor spaces, especially from these renderings. It was a little difficult to see how activated the space would be for the community, which is a very tight neighborhood. And so the question was, how well would that space continue to be activated? Overall, we liked the daylighting and the cross ventilation and the scale of the project, as well as the materials. And I think that's about it.
Great, that was excellent. Thank you so much.
Unless my colleagues have anything more to add.
Anyone, Commissioner Cavallero, I guess that would be you or me. I think that covered everything well. Thank you. Before we move on to the applicant's presentation, are there any clarification questions that the commission would like to ask of staff based on the staff report? Yes. Commissioner Hoopengarner?
Just a couple. Tony, if you would help me on the noise piece of this. If you, let's see, on the staff report on page 23, you talk about the request for midnight or 1 a.m. Use, but you're recommending keep it at 10 p.m. consistent with the Urban Inn's rooftop patio existing permits. But when I go to the resolutions on page 28, 13.1, I'm having a little difficulty making parallelism here with the rooftop. Is that second item, the outdoor patio, is that the rooftop? Because that's saying that it says it's 12 a.m. So is that the same space?
No, actually the outdoor patio is the outdoor dining patio for the Urban Inn on the ground floor at 845 San Vicente. Separate from the rooftop patio at 850 San Vicente.
Okay. So is that an existing permitted use at 12 a.m.?
Yes, it is.
Okay. So I'm just having a difficulty distinguishing what are the new things in this chart versus what's existing. So if you could maybe help me out with that, because I see lots of different hours here.
Yes, I'm happy to go through those. All the existing hours of operation for the San Vicente bungalows and on both sides of San Vicente Boulevard will remain the same. The only add to this list, and this table was intended to memorialize all the hours for the project, but the new addition to this is only for the amenity deck on the swimming pool amenity deck, and that would limit the hours of operation to 10 p.m., given its proximity to the residential building.
And then I'm assuming the sale and service of alcohol, which is item 6, I guess, is also new? Because it's referring to the pool deck?
Correct, yes, for the incidental or the ancillary spaces.
So those are only 2 new items to this table. Everything else is existing, and those are the current approved hours?
That is correct.
Thank you. That's all I have for now.
Okay, any other questions?
Just a couple.
Commissioner Matos?
2 quick clarifying questions. Thank you, Chair. Hi, Antonio.
Sorry, Commissioner Meadows, we just did want to clarify to Commissioner Hoopengarner's point, the resolution does state 10 a.m. for those hours when it should say 10 p.m. So staff, when we move to deliberations, should the commission want to move this forward, that's a clerical cleanup we could correct. Thank you. Go ahead. Sorry.
Cool. Thank you. On the resolution 24-1581 on page 15, I'm looking at 3.5. It says the inclusionary units shall be occupied by households selected from the city's inclusionary housing waiting list. I just want to make sure that infers that the city would be responsible for deciding who's qualifying in place in those inclusionary units. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And then just one quick follow-up to that question. There's another condition that talks about the applicant being required to meet all housing laws regarding the tenants. Do we know, are the displaced tenants that, my understanding there is only one, is that correct? That were displaced by the Ellis Act?
Yes, there was one tenant.
Okay. Correct. Does that mean that that tenant has the first right of refusal to the inclusionary units when the project's completed?
The zoning ordinance does have a provision for first right of refusal.
Okay, so that tenant would be contacted, and if they qualify, they would be given first right of refusal when the project's complete?
Yes, they would be working with our housing staff and rent stabilization staff through that process.
Okay. Thank you. That's all I have for right now, and I'll reserve further questions for later in the meeting. Thank you.
Any other questions for staff? Okay, then let's move forward with the applicant's presentation. When you approach the podium, please state your name and city of residence, and you will have 10 minutes.
Good evening, esteemed commissioners. My name is Todd Elliott. I reside in the city of Los Angeles and practice law in the city of Burbank. Rarely do you have a chance to represent a project with the following attributes. The neighbors are extremely pleased with the project. The staff believes that the project meets the city's goals for design, sustainability, and compatibility. The developer seeks to do right by the community. Tonight you'll hear from Carmen Suero and Pierre De Angelis, the project architects, about changes they made to the project at the recommendation of the Design Review Subcommittee, from Lisa Zader, our wonderful landscape architect, and perhaps a word from Jeff Klein about his thoughts for this project. Thank you for your consideration, and we do hope you will approve the project. I do have changes to suggest for the resolutions, but I'd like to hold off on that until after you've had a chance to hear our presentation and hear from the public. Thank you so much.
Hi, everyone. I'm just going to share screen here.
Thank you, and if you can also state your name and city of residence.
Yep. Pierre De Angelis. I live in the city of Los Angeles and the architect on the project. Okay, so what we wanted to do was walk you through briefly some of the adjustments following our discussion at the planning subcommittee. These include adjustments to the landscaping.
Could I get you to speak into the mic?
Oh yeah, is that better? Okay. We'll walk you through some of the adjustments following the planning subcommittee discussions. This includes some changes to the landscaping, which are reflected in the renderings, a diagram clarifying the existing and proposed locations of the utility vaults, as well as some additional reference images speaking to the lighting intent for both the building and the pool area. So bear with me while I dizzily scroll through to the appropriate slide. Okay, so when we spoke about the lighting, one of the things that we mentioned was really looking at lighting at a low temperature, a kind of consistent, uniform, but dappled lighting. And lighting that would also kind of accentuate the textures and layers of materiality on the building to really enhance the sense of depth for the project. So these are just some reference images that kind of speak to the intent of that. Low-level warm lighting, and again, emphasizing the texture. And for the pool area, again, the intent was to highlight the green buffer that exists between the residential and commercial spaces and really kind of focus on that as an amenity that improves the quality of space for both the commercial and residential portions of the project. For the vault locations, so at present, this is the existing site plan, and we have 2 underground vaults, one located here and one located here. And what we are proposing to do, those existing vaults are shown as hidden lines, and these are the new locations for those proposed vaults. So they occur within the residential area in the rear walkway. And there's some latitude in terms of how these move along that yard, contingent on our discussions with the utility. And then I go back here, I was going to invite Lisa up to just give an update on the landscaping. Do you want to start with the residential?
Yeah.
Okay.
Hi. The updates to the landscaping were minimal. Pardon me?
Yeah, if you don't mind speaking into the microphone, and also if you want to state your name and city of residence. Thank you.
Okay. Lisa Zeter, Los Angeles. So feels loud. Our landscape was minimal. They were mostly in response to Commissioner Lynn's request that we add a collection of butterfly attracting plant material and bird nesting material. So we added that in the way of, we did the Centranthus that was recommended. We added Buddleia, and we added some more salvias. Two of the materials that we already had in place, the Lonicera, as a ground cover, is a really hardy, notable bird nesting environment, allows a lot of movement undetected by predators. And we also already had Rhamnus, Mount San Bruno, which provides food in the way of berries. So I think with those additions, I feel that we added some good nature-loving materials. I think you would agree.
Yeah, we can't give you feedback right now, but noted.
Why can't you give feedback?
Well, right now we're hearing your presentation.
Oh, okay.
Oh, sorry. You really have to get into this, Mike. There were also the climbing vines that were added along the rear of the property here. There was some ambiguity about where those occurred during the subcommittee presentation.
And we made sure that the vines that we put in, we have a selection of vines that range from 15 feet to 25 feet to 30 feet so that we could slowly climb up. We don't really anticipate full coverage. We feel like it will be more of a tracery of greenery for 2 reasons. One, it's asking a lot of a plant to fully embrace the width of the building at 30 feet. And the secondary notion to that is we would want to keep it a little bit more lacy because it'll feel more beautiful versus a really heavy weight that you're looking up at. So we selected vines that have more of a twirling, twining behavior. Anything else
And
on the comments?
I don't know if we wanted to, if there were any adjustments here. Some additional climbing vines were added here, right?
Yeah, these, and it would be the same comment,
Yeah.
the same vines behind the pool garden. We added, it was the same vines. We stayed consistent with the vines in the front and the back because there are only so many vines that do what we're asking it to do. So we stayed consistent with the 3 varieties.
So those occur along these walls at the back. Yep. Okay. And I think that's it?
That's
Yeah.
it.
Okay, thank you. Is that the conclusion of the applicant's presentation, or is anyone else speaking today for representation from the applicant? You're reserving? No? Okay. Commissioner Matos, did you have something to say?
I was just going to ask if the applicant was going to present on the building that's part of the proposal. The building?
Yeah, I guess
Versus just the plants?
that could be a question,
Got it.
since we didn't get too much of that. Okay, so on that note, we can now ask questions of the applicant, or we can move on to public comment. So probably a good time to ask those questions. It looks like maybe Commissioner Matos has some questions on the structure.
Yeah, I was just going to ask if the applicant had someone that would speak to the building design and layout and inclusionary units and things like that, square footage, anything?
Yeah, and you might have to break it down into a couple of questions for them just to get your key answers.
If you'll be a little bit more specific, we'll answer anything that you would like to know. On the design side, that would be the architect. Inclusionary units, I would probably be able to answer that for you.
Okay, could you go over the square footage of each of the units?
I'll need some help from Pierre for that.
Let me recall this back up. I think. Do you have the sheet? Yeah. We're just calling up the info for you. Okay.
Can you ask the next one while I pull it up?
Yep.
So that we can come back to that one?
Yeah, did you have any other questions for a design while they pull up the square footages?
No, I was just, that was my question. I was just hoping to get a more thorough presentation. Thank you, Chair.
Okay. Does anyone else have questions of the applicant while they look into that? Okay. Commissioner Hoopengartner.
Yeah, thanks. Since we left off on the landscaping, I'll pick it up from there. Can we go back to that rear walkway? I think you had it on P2L4. It's probably the best place to look at that. Yeah, and that's another, yeah.
Yep. This one here, or the ground level?
P2L4 with the vines. You had shown it earlier. Okay, this is actually a really good place to start. So that walkway, what is the width of that walkway?
This is 5 feet.
It's 5 feet, okay. Because one of my questions is, what does the fire department require for that rear access? It's 5 feet?
5 feet,
Okay.
yeah.
So those planters that you've put into that sidewalk, I'm presuming that the guide wires that are going to go up the side of the building are going to be in those planters as well, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. So does that de facto reduce the width of that walkway to 4 feet?
So it would at those pinch points where they happen, and so one of the discussions, if fire needs the additional would be to take it out from that planter above to provide that 5-foot minimum.
Planter above, you mean by the pool?
Exactly. Yeah,
Okay.
along that line.
Okay. Because that's my concern, is that A, you have enough growing space for those vines.
Right.
And B, that we don't run into fire access issues.
Right.
Okay, thank you. Because I think also on one of the requirements in the conditions on page 25, number 9.3 is a planter edge. All landscaping and planting within paved areas should be contained within a curbed area or planter box, planter island, and other containers. So each of those little carve-outs would have to have an edge to them,
Right.
which would further impair the fire department's ability to access that space. But they are very important for the plants in terms of their ability to, to retain some water, et cetera. So this is one of my concerns. And I bring it up and spend this much time on it because it's a key element
Yeah.
to the back of your facade, and it's one of the things that historical preservation brought up regarding, keeping a consistent green space back there as a backdrop to the historical units.
Right.
So having said that, can we find a rendering from San Vicente Boulevard that shows the existing bungalows and this building completed?
Oh, from the street? Mm-hmm. We don't have one of that, but because at the back of San Vicente, where we have the 2-story units, the view lines from the street would be very minimal to the new building.
Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, I saw some of the things in the plans and some elevations, but I just wanted to be really clear how much was going to be visible from the street
Right.
of this building.
Yeah.
I would note that 9.3 is all landscaping and planting within paved areas.
Yeah, well, that
That's not
sidewalk would be a
area.
paved area.
I'm sorry?
That sidewalk would be a paved area.
Well, that's not, that walkway is not a paved area.
At present, it's intended to be a permeable grasscrete.
Okay,
Yeah.
grasscrete, okay.
Yeah.
Okay. I want to make sure all
Yeah.
parties are
So
happy
it
in
was-
that space.
The thought was that with the grasscrete along the rear yard, it would be removing certain modules of it to set the climbing vines within it and possibly edging that opening with metal edging to give it a restrained edge.
And some protection.
Yeah, yeah.
Because it is a narrow walkway and people could easily trot on the plants,
Right.
which would
Yeah.
defeat your purpose. Okay, thank you. So let's move on to parking.
Okay.
I see that you've allowed for 9 spaces plus 1 van. How have you determined which unit will not have a parking space?
We haven't. What we want to do is work with the housing department once we know the mix of tenants that will be coming into the property. If we have a senior or a tenant that doesn't have a car, doesn't want a parking space, we can perhaps allocate a parking space to another unit that wants one. So we prefer to work with the housing department to make that determination. Please note we have 10 parking spaces plus the loading space, so it's really 11.
Well, you have, one of the 10 is the van accessible space.
Yes.
Okay.
So that's
So-
the assumption that there will perhaps be somebody who is disabled and will want that space.
Okay. So if the existing 9 tenants all have parking, and the 10th tenant comes in, and they're affordable, and they want a parking space, what would happen?
Well, correct me if I'm wrong, Pierre, there are 10 spaces plus a loading space.
That's right. So it's 10 spaces, including the van accessible space. And then this, which was initially another parking space, on the recommendation from staff to provide a loading area for parcels and drop-off, was converted to a
Delivery.
to that, yeah.
Okay. So you're saying that ADA accessible van space would become assigned to a rental unit?
Yes.
Okay. Because I want to make sure we're in compliance with 3.6 on page 15 that says that there will be the same parking ratio for the affordable units as there is for the market rate. And I just want to make sure, given that that's an ADA space, that if we assign it, that we're still in compliance with ADA, and I'll leave it up to staff and legal about that, that if those are all now assigned to residents and there's no longer an ADA compliant space available to someone who's coming into the building, if there's any implications for that. I realize we're within a quarter mile of a bus stop and all the good things. Okay. Let's go back to the floor plans. Let's go to...
Should we, in the meantime, respond to the square footages?
Sure, yeah.
Oh, sure. It's on the page. There's a page for it where they're all called out.
Yeah, I was wondering if there was a more specific question relative to the square footage, or maybe it's on intent, but I'll let Commissioner
Yeah,
Montes.
I was just going to ask about the inclusionary size relative to the market rate size, and then I was going to follow up and ask about the mix of the inclusionary units throughout the building. You know, where would those, do you have a plan for where those inclusionary units would be situated? Would they be mixed throughout the building, which is required by the municipal code? Things like that. And then I did have a few follow-ups, but I don't want to interrupt Commissioner Hoopengarner's line
Part
of
of those
questions.
I have the similar question, so go ahead.
Yeah, great. Thank you.
I can address that issue, both for financing purposes and because we're providing an additional amenity. There is a provision that says generally you don't cluster.
Yeah, that's correct.
But in this circumstance, we asked to cluster and have all of the affordable, not just affordable, but the restricted units on a single floor. And there was a discussion about whether or not we'd be providing either 3 2-bedrooms or 4 2-bedrooms. The staff had asked for 3 2-bedrooms and 3 1-bedrooms. We said, no, our CHAS calculation is 4 2-bedrooms and 2 1-bedrooms, which is an extra bedroom, which in our mind means an extra 1 or 2 people get to be housed. And then we also created on the, can you show them the parking floor, please? Having sat on the Housing Corporation Board for 11 years, what's unusual about this is in larger buildings, in fully affordable, wholly affordable buildings, you'll often have a room that can be used for social service providers. And we created that exclusively for the affordable tenants so that they could meet with, not where your arrow is, Pierre, next door, so that there could be a conference room and then a private office in the back, so that if a social service provider, say from APLA or Jewish Family Services or Meals on Wheels, any of them, came to the building, they could meet with their client in what we call an analytic room, office, to discuss their issues. And we think that's a big benefit because it's dedicated to those 6 units on the second floor, and they don't have to, try to arrange some sort of Zoom conference or something, they can actually talk to their provider, and we think that that is important. So that is an additional amenity that we think is unusual for a small building of this size and justifies why we're asking that the clustering happen and is providing reasoning for that.
Okay, because typically when we see projects that have inclusionary units, there's a requirement that they actually not be clustered, to my understanding, and that they be mixed throughout the building, not consolidated on one floor. So I'll have a follow-up question for staff about that later. Commissioner Hubengardner, you're in your line of questioning, but if I may, could I ask one more quick question? Since we're on the topic of amenities, it's my understanding that there's going to be no walk space going between the pool amenity on the back side of the bungalows and the building that's before us. Is that correct?
That is correct. There's no connection.
Okay, and is it who would have access to the pool? Would the tenants of this building be able to go to the San Vicente bungalows to utilize this amenity?
No, it's sort of like thinking of the hotel by Doheny that is a Marriott addition. They have some housing units in the back, and they don't have the right to come and use the rooftop pool. Another project that I entitled was Movietown Plaza, and there's, I believe, 77 senior units on a separate pad. They don't come and use the pool in the market rate building that is the Movietown Apartments. In certain circumstances, you don't necessarily have all the same amenities in each section of a mixed-use property.
I think that, in those projects, were they being submitted together with plans for housing at the same time, or were there two separate plans?
Well, I didn't represent the addition, and I did
because-
represent Movietown, and yes, they were.
Yeah, because it's interesting. My time on this body, granted, it has been limited since September of 2022. I've never seen a Housing Accountability Act proposal come forward and propose an amenity that would not be accessible to tenants in the building of the proposal.
I don't think it's an amenity on the same lot, and that's a different attribute.
Yeah, but it's all in the same approval.
It is in the same approval, but it's not on the same lot.
Okay, I'll have follow-up questions for staff later, but I'll go ahead and turn it back over to Commissioner Hubengardner. Thank you for indulging me.
No, these were many of my same questions, and I will follow up with, can you please explain the nature of the unique financing that is causing the requirement that all of the affordable housing be on a single floor? We have seen untold numbers of projects that are able to incorporate the affordable housing throughout the project and have never encountered any financing problems. So, speaking as a former corporate banker, I'm very curious as to what is the unique financing requirement for this project that would cause that to be a restriction.
Well, if you're familiar with airspace divisions, if you're able to put everything on a separate parcel, you can finance it separately as opposed to having it on multiple parcels, which doesn't necessarily allow you to finance it separately. You can get bond financing that way, where you can't on other projects.
Okay.
So I don't know what your experience was with real estate finance, but it's very different.
It is very different, but then I will move on to legal. And I will, well, I guess the next question is, so you're asking for the vesting track map purely for financing reasons? You have no intention of turning this into condominiums?
No, we do not have intention of turning it into condominiums. It is, in a sense, a condominium because you have the different parcels, but no, we do not have the intention to turn it into condominiums.
Okay. that brings me to the next question, which is, if you're going to separate these into 3 separate tracks, and then
Not tracks, parcels.
parcels, and you're keeping the tracks are, okay. So the ground floor parcel, who would own that?
That would be owned by the developer.
Okay. And would it be yet a separate parcel with separate financing?
It could be.
And then there would be separate financing for the second floor and then separate financing for the third floor?
It could be. And likely would be, especially for the second floor. They could lease that to an affordable housing developer to lease and manage, because the developer is not in the business of managing affordable housing.
And how would that work, given what you've just pointed out in terms of this special conference space for the affordable housing people in a parcel that's completely separate from the affordable housing?
It would be very simple. They would have an exclusive right to use that space
Okay.
as part of their lease on a separate parcel.
Okay. Interesting. And later I'll let legal perhaps help us with this, because it definitely has an impact on this entire construct. Is the bike room, mail room conditioned?
Is the bike room, mail room conditioned? You mean air conditioned?
Yes.
Yes, they would all be within the conditioned space of the lobby. So the mail room is over here, and then the bike room and
Storage.
off unit, yeah, tenant storage is here, and those would all be conditioned.
Okay. So you have called out this space as habitable space, although I believe the building standards refers to things with kitchens and bathrooms, et cetera. So I'm not quite sure how it's habitable. And you have said that it is only 46% of the ground floor space, therefore it doesn't meet the 50% requirement, but you've asked for a waiver for that. Okay. So then you go on to state that because the first habitable space is on the second floor, the open common space that is required to be provided on the first habitable floor, you're providing on the second floor, not the first floor, because the second floor is the first habitable space, but then this here is also habitable space. So I'm trying to get myself around that do loop, that you've got habitable space where there is no ground floor common space requirement, but then yes, no, that's not habitable for this purpose, but it is habitable for that purpose. Help me understand this. Maybe staff can do a better job.
I think it's very simple. Habitable for the purpose of the building code means whether or not you live there and occupy the premises as a place that you live in. Habitability, as far as being able to occupy it for an office or other uses, is a different type of habitability under the code. So,
except for there's no restroom.
And I don't know that there's a requirement to have a restroom.
How can you have a habitable space where one cannot use the facilities?
I don't believe the building code necessarily requires that.
Interesting. Okay, we'll move on. By your count, how many trees are being removed from the existing parcels?
We don't know.
You don't know?
No, we'll have to work with the Public Works Department to make that determination.
Because I've looked at your surveys, and they don't agree with each other. The vesting tract map has different counts than the various surveys. So
at this stage, we're not required to make that determination. This is planning, not building and safety.
Correct. And under planning, we have a replacement requirement for trees.
And we're not required to make that determination at this stage under the code.
Other than the fact that you would need to have a place to actually plant them,
I think we have sufficient space.
to plant the replacement trees. Okay, by my count, there's a minimum of 10 trees being removed, possibly 12 or more. So perhaps your landscape designer could give us some ideas of where those 10 trees might go.
Is that the question?
I'm
you'd
going to
like the
ask
landscape
staff to
designer
answer that question, because I don't think it's required at this stage.
But
So-
it is part of our zoning ordinance, is it not, Tony?
It is part of our zoning ordinance, yes.
Okay.
But your specific question, Commissioner?
The requirement for replacement trees, for trees removed from the existing parcels.
Right. So those replacement trees would be canopy trees,
Correct.
not the palm trees, not the birds of paradise or some of the other shrubs or landscape material.
Correct. So that's why I was asking for how many there were, so that we would know how many had to be replaced.
Staff's count, there would be 4 removed canopy trees
Okay.
and 7 new canopy trees planted
On property, not in the street?
on property.
Okay. And that includes the planters in the pool area, but those are not in native soil, correct?
That would include 4 trees in the backyard, yes. And those would be,
And are those in native soil or not? Because I believe that is one of the requirements.
those would be within the raised planters. Yes, those would be raised planters.
So those are not in native soil because they're above the underground facility? I mean, they would have to be because there's the restaurant underneath that area, so those planters are not native soil. So there would only be the 2 trees in the front area that would be planted in native soil.
I may need the landscape architect to assist with that while I look this up.
Okay.
I think that's a code question issue we can look at, but I don't believe that they're required to be in native soil because most mixed-use projects are built on a podium, and that doesn't occur. But I'll look at the code.
Except for we have new code regarding tree canopy replacement.
And this project was submitted prior to that, so it is not subject to those
Okay.
new requirements.
That is my next question for staff as to the exact timing of entitlements and submittals.
So, Commissioner Hoopengarter, regarding the canopy trees, so there is section, sorry, 19.26.040 under the zoning ordinance that talks about areas of required landscaping. And under that section, it states that for the replacement of mature trees, any mature tree that is removed shall be replaced with a canopy tree with a minimum 24-inch box size in a location that will grow to replace the removed tree without posing the hazards for which the tree was removed, if applicable, in accordance with 1920-055. 1920-055 is the tree canopy ordinance that was adopted in January of this year. And so under that ordinance, the requirement, the number of trees that are required is based upon the setback areas for a site. And according to our calculations, the setback areas for the site is between 5,001 to 7,000 square feet. So this project is required to provide 4 canopy trees. So it's not required to replace, any removed trees on a one-for-one basis. It is only required to provide 4 canopy trees based on the area of setback for the site.
But are those required to be in native soil or not? Those 4 trees? I'm sorry to belabor this, but, it's part of the code, and I just want to make sure we're doing it right.
Yes, so the canopy ordinance says that a minimum of 50% of the required canopy trees, so in this case it would be 2 trees, shall be planted at ground level or at grade, whichever is applicable in native soil.
Okay.
And we do have 2 trees in native soil.
Right, and you're proposing the Australian willow, okay. And the remaining trees are in boxes, excellent. Now, I think, are we asking our remaining staff questions at the same time?
We will have to get to public comment, so I would suggest
Okay.
that we maybe hold questions for staff unless they're pertinent to what maybe relates to what you're asking the applicant, and we need the support of staff.
No, I think at this point, my remaining staff questions can wait. Thank you.
Okay, so that's your last questions for now. Anyone else have questions for the applicant? Well, many of my questions were just answered. There was one that I was curious about just looking at the renderings. Maybe I missed it in the packet, but material 01, it's the underside of the, on the residential structure. It's the roof. It's like a wood material. What is that actually? I didn't see the call out. I see the photograph of it, but what is it?
The intent is for it to be Akoya.
Sorry.
Akoya.
Akoya.
It's an acetylized pine, essentially. So it becomes much more stable than just regular wood, less maintenance, naturally resistant to rot and decay.
Do you have any samples with you?
Yeah. Yeah. I think some of you saw the sample box from last time, but we could certainly redistribute if...
We need a refresher.
Yeah, there's some people
and
here
our
that
colleagues
haven't
haven't seen it at all, so I think it would be...
And I obviously forgot about that one
Yeah.
when I looked at the rendering.
We'll pass it up there, but I remember last time the glass is quite heavy.
It's very heavy.
So just as a caution.
I also have a question just about, I guess there's no additional parking being added for the inside, right? Are you, you're assuming that you can manage parking flow? I don't know if there's any impact with the additional space in terms of how much traffic's coming in. Like what's your, it'd be good to understand the logic there because it looks like there's an increase in amenities and spaces. So I just want to understand how you're handling that.
Under the Housing Accountability Act and 65915, because we're within a quarter mile of a transit zone specifically, and maybe we'll get a subway, we don't know, but in any event, we're only required to provide 5 parking spaces, but we are providing 10. And in addition, we're creating 3 new additional on-street parking spaces. In the resolution, which I'll bring up later, it says we're to pay, I think, $30,000 for the parking spaces that we're removing. I wondered if the ordinance is reciprocal and we get $30,000 for the parking spaces we're creating.
My question was more related to the pool deck and the underground club spaces and just that added.
Yeah, state law changed and the city changed its parking requirements since this use was entitled. So I believe it's required to have 32 parking spaces, and we actually have 45 parking spaces.
And you believe the requirement is 32 under the current code with the new area? Or is this a question I should ask staff?
It is 32 with the new area, and we have 45.
Okay, thank you. do any of my colleagues have any other questions for the applicant right now? Okay, and if not, I know that you had mentioned a few minutes ago or at the start of your presentation that you had some notes on the resolution. It may be good to hear those now before we go to public comment, so that when we go to public comment, we have all information.
Because they're not numerous, but there are a few.
Mr. Elliott, can you speak into the mic,
Microphone.
please?
You need me to use the mic. Okay, throughout the documents, it keeps saying Truman Elliott, where it should say Todd Elliott Incorporated.
Could you speak into the mic a little closer? I realize that flipping the page in the microphone is probably not an easy thing with our setup.
I'll make sure that I speak into the mic.
Thank you.
And I apologize, I know you need it for the record.
And are they fairly substantial changes, or are they minor?
No, these are not substantial changes.
So I would defer to legal, but if they're not substantial changes, they could be picked up at the tail end of perhaps any rebuttal or something, if they're not.
Yeah, Mr. Elliott, would you describe the changes as non-substantive sort of cleanup changes?
Yes, just cleanup changes.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, that's fine, Chair.
Okay, well then maybe we'll spare some time, and if you have anything you want to note after rebuttal, just to get that on the record, we do want to make sure anything's picked up for sure while we're here.
Thank you, Chair.
Yeah. Okay, well then, in that case, let's go to public comment. Is there anyone in the room or on Zoom planning to speak on this item today?
Chair, we do have public comment here in the council chambers. Right now, there is no one on Zoom that has requested to speak. Our first public speaker will be Ladd Jackson, followed by Wendy Goldman. You'll have 3 minutes. Please state your name and city of residence. No Ladd? Okay, Wendy?
Wendy Goldman, West Hollywood. Good evening, Chair and Commissioners. I would like to ask for clarification on several points from the staff report. First of all, is the pool for the exclusive use of the bungalow visitors? Because it seemed like you just asked that question, Chair, about the pool use. And I don't understand, I thought there was already a pool for the bungalows, and now there's a second pool being installed. So I don't understand that part. Also, regarding visitors to the affordable housing tenants, if there is no visitor parking on site and they are being asked to park at street level, where will they park? There is metered parking in front of that location. I assume that will revert to being metered parking. It's not going to change after the development. And my third question is regarding the public benefit, if any. Is there a public benefit to this development? I would like to hear more about that. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Wendy. Our next speaker will be Dawn Sandor, followed by Tim Taylor.
Okay, thank you. And just for some clarification, based on what we just heard, I think that the pool is only for the use of the club members, not for the residents. But
And Chair, we can address those questions at the end of public comment as well.
okay, great.
My name is Dawn Sandor. I'm 85 years old. When I moved on to Hilldale, June 1st, 1972, so I've been there now for 51 years, or I was until I was evicted. I didn't know when I moved in there that some rich guy can come into your neighborhood, buy the rental property you live on, take it off the rental market, and using an abomination called the Ellis Act can evict you. That's what Jeff Klein did to me, and he completely destroyed my life. Even though there were no vacancies anywhere, he told people who asked why he was evicting me that I had been offered several apartments but rejected them. That was a bald-faced lie. Then Stay Home happened, and after that was over, without a word to me, he emptied my duplex where I had lived all those years, all my belongings, 80 years worth about $200,000, gone in a day. The most painful part was losing family pictures of my parents going back into the 1800s. My father was born in 1886 in Turkey. I had pictures from there. I had paperwork that my father brought with him from Turkey. I had boxes of receipts. Everything is gone. He didn't care. But the worst part of losing everything was the family pictures and about 2,000 books collected over the last 80 years. My mother started buying me books when I was 5 years old. I had things like all kinds of mystery writers, all 85 of Agatha Christie's books. And now Jeff Klein proposes to destroy a large chunk of our beautiful historic neighborhood, the Norma Triangle, named for silent film star Norma Talmadge. In a neighborhood zoned for 2 stories, he wants to build 3. Then he wants to use a piece of the Hilldale property, which is zoned only for residential, to build a swimming pool, not for the people who will be moving in, but exclusively for his hotel guests. I'm sure the people that are going to be the renters will be happy to see that nice pool there that they're not allowed to use. If City Hall allows this, they will be opening the door to developers from all over the planet to come here and destroy our 1- and 2-story housing and build ever higher and higher. And lastly, Jeff Klein, your large, ugly plastic box does not fit into our historic neighborhood. Go build it somewhere else. Thank you.
Tim Taylor, to be followed by Gary Barnett. Tim, you have 3 minutes.
Good evening, Chair and Commissioners. I've been a Hilldale resident for 16 years. I'm also president of my homeowners association, and I represent some of their views as well. We're all really concerned for the quality of life and the property values and what's being created by this building. When I moved to Hilldale, it was because of the exclusive residential feel of the historic homes, the tree-lined streets. This building feels totally inconsistent with that. It's large, it's modern, it's totally a different scale. It's turning our street into Palms or Larrabee with a bunch of kind of mismatched, ugly buildings that aren't really that well maintained. The building's all white. I wonder how that's going to be kept clean, especially if it's being managed by an affordable property company. Only 9 parking spaces on a street where it's already a struggle for our vendors to park. They complain to me constantly when they're trying to come and do things like fix the plumbing. And given the price of rent and the fact that they're 2-bedroom units, I really question how no one's going to have just 1 car. That's not how it works around here. As much as we'd like to think people will take the bus, that's not how it's going to work. And then the ongoing noise from the events at the pool space and the height that's going to degrade property values by blocking our view looking south. So I'm pretty disappointed with this, and I hope you reconsider it.
Thank you. Our next speaker will be Gary Barnett, followed by Bobby Edrick.
Hi, my house is about a block and a half from this new structure. On the whole, I don't object to it. I'm sorry for the loss of people's homes. My big concern was parking, which I think you've answered. The parking that's being added, it just said subterranean structure, so it's only 9 or 10 spaces for the exclusive use of the tenants, correct? It's not anything different. because my initial concern was it was going to be used for parking for the Beverly Hills bungalow, and suddenly we would have valet, we would have all this extra traffic, and all the other elements that come with something when you have high-end clientele parking their cars on a residential street. So that's number two. As far as landscaping goes, I would ask that any landscaping be done in mind that we all have dogs in the neighborhood. So everything needs to be non-toxic to animals. That's my second. Number three is the lighting on the roof deck. We're having a lot of problems with the Montrose Hotel. They've got halogen lights. They've got pickleball courts on their roof that are going 24 hours a day. So we need to make sure that any lighting that is done is not intrusive, that it keeps the dark sky as much as we possibly can in this town, that we really, the landscaping and that is two things I think you all should have on your radar as far as anything new being built. Everyone wants to put rooftop decks, landscape lighting, and huge halogen lights. So that's it for me. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker would be Bobby Edrick. Bobby would be followed by Grant Port.
Excuse me. Bobby Edrick, resident of the Norma Triangle for 40-plus years. I lived through the clean nightmare and for too many years of this property being vacant, undeveloped, and an invitation for the homeless to hang out. As captain of the Triangle Neighborhood Watch, my neighbors are constantly asking me, when is something going to happen to this undesirable piece of property? My neighborhood is wholly supportive of this project. The design is smart and will be an asset to the neighborhood. We hope you will approve this project design, for this project is without further delay. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker will be Grant Port, followed by Jacob Pompey.
Hi, good evening. I'm Grant, and I live on Hilldale, right opposite the proposed site. Let me start off by thanking all of you for your hard work and all your talents and smarts that have been put to work to ensure the success, the ultimate success of this project. And we're really lucky to have a developer who exemplifies success. And so our neighborhood is going to benefit from his passion and from his investment. Not to mention the people who are going to be able to call this magnificent building their home one day. I mean, currently nobody lives there, so 10 lucky people are going to be living in one of the most desirable parts of West Hollywood. And a lot of consideration has been taken by the developer into creating what is suggested. You know, West Hollywood's looking a little bit shoddy these days. You know, empty storefronts, huge dormant construction sites, and here we're presented with an upstanding developer who's going to really make a difference. And I think we should pull out the approval stamps and ink those papers and permits, and let's get this moving without further delay, umming and ahhing, or any bureaucracy. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker will be Jacob Pompey, followed by Rebecca Damadani.
Hello, my name is Jacob Pompey. I'm a resident of West Hollywood on Hilldale Ave. I live outside the 500-foot radius of residents that were initially informed about the project, and instead learned about the project when the notices were posted on the exterior of the building on Election Day, November 5th. And I met a former resident of the Hilldale units, Dawn, that humanized the project for me. I've since done my own research on the project, history of the location, and had a remote meeting with senior planner Antonio Castillo, and I'd like to thank him again for his generous time and thorough explanation. What I've come to learn is the project seems to follow the law to a T, and there's nothing as it stands that defies California or West Hollywood laws. So I will not comment on the project aesthetics, the destruction of historic homes, or the purposeful neglect of the units by the owner over the last decade. Ultimately, I do support the rehabilitation of this property so residents can be housed. However, it would feel wrong to not highlight that as the design stands, it does the bare minimum as required by the law in terms of providing housing for West Hollywood citizens, replacing the current 10 units with an equal 10 units, while using about 50% of the available space, including not using the full density bonus that could be granted, and using the remaining 50% for a second pool and subterranean space of an exclusive members club. I will repeat and rephrase, this space could provide housing, an essential human right for 2 times as many human beings. But instead the owner would prefer, and you're allowing him, to house the absolute minimum he is required and prioritize the expansion of his private club to please his wealthy members and further enrich himself. I humbly ask you to reconsider and offer more housing for the current and future residents of West Hollywood. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Rebecca will be followed by Roger LaGrange.
Hi, Rebecca Delmavondi. I'm a resident of the Norma Triangle for many years. I'm in favor of this project wholeheartedly. For once, we have a developer who actually listens to the residents. All of our feedback that we gave to the architect and the developer, they did do those changes when it had to do with balconies, garages, what have you. Currently, as it stands, I walk down Hilldale every other day to go to pavilions, go to the grocery store, even at nighttime. With the new project, the lighting that's going to happen, it's going to be safer, it's going to revitalize the neighborhood, and they've really stuck with the charm of our neighborhood by keeping this building 2 stories with the parking that they're providing. They could have overdeveloped it like many other developers have done without listening to residents, but instead they chose to keep this with the 10 units. They could have done a lot more, and they didn't. So I think it's time to reward good behavior of developers who actually listen to us and follow what the residents want instead of building these 7-story monstrosities that many of us have been complaining about. In addition, they didn't have to give us 10 parking spaces for this building, and they are. So I think this developer has gone above and beyond, and I'm really thankful to have someone like this who listens to us. I think the statement about the dog-friendly plants is something that means a lot to me as well, and I know this developer would, take that into consideration as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Roger LaGrange, followed by our last speaker would be Elon Meyer.
Good evening. My name is Roger LaGrange. I am a resident of West Hollywood. In fact, my husband, who's also here, George, and I own the duplex directly across from this project. Over the years, we have seen the current property become more and more derelict. Under the previous owner, the San Vicente Inn, not to be confused with San Vicente Bungalow, the property started to go downhill then. Then when Clean took it over, they really impacted particularly the interiors of those buildings, and the buildings have continued to deteriorate over the years. Hence, because the properties are derelict, we do encounter a lot of unhoused people wandering in and out of that property. We are in contact with Mr. Klein's security team to alert them of that danger, those safety hazards. We are fully in support of this project. We think it's a very thoughtful design. Mr. Klein and his team have continuously sought the advice of the neighbors that are directly impacted by this project. So we fully support this, and we hope that Chair and Commissioners, you will approve this and get this project rolling. Thank you.
Thank you. And our last public speaker will be Elon Meyer.
Thank you. I'm Ilan Meyer. I'm a resident of Norma Triangle. I was moved to ask you to comment on the idea that West Hollywood would approve building a housing with segregated units. That seems to me poor people will be on the 2nd floor, rich people will be on the 3rd floor, and that seemed completely contrary to the spirit of West Hollywood and the spirit of the law, although I'm not saying that it's not legal for them to do that. It just seems completely disgusting, really. The second point, the staff mentioned that the building fits into the neighborhood very beautifully, or some word like that. I don't know where that came from. This building does not look anything like anything around it. I could see it fitting on Santa Monica Avenue maybe, but for Hilldale, there's nothing like that and doesn't seem to fit. Nevertheless, I do agree that this area needs to be developed and should be developed, but it seems like the purpose of this entire development is to add the swimming pool to the hotel and to do the
minimum required by law for the additional housing units. Thank you.
Thank you. And Chair, we have no public speakers on the Zoom platform, so that is our last public speaker.
Okay, thank you. Does the applicant have any comments or rebuttal?
Good evening again, esteemed commissioners. Todd Elliott, attorney at law practicing in Burbank. I'll just note that I don't believe that you've heard any substantial evidence other than opinion. There's no evidence of a substantial adverse impact on health or safety that would allow you to deny this project. Turning to the questions and comments of some of the speakers, Ms. Goldman, her question was answered. The pool use is only for the San Vicente Bungalows. She had a question about affordable housing. I don't believe there's metered parking in front of this building now. This is not a development agreement, so there is not a public benefit requirement. With regard to Ms. Sandor, she was unfortunately evicted from the property. It's a civil matter. She had to be removed by the sheriff, and because of that, she forfeits her right to return to the property under West Hollywood and state law. Mr. Taylor's comments that it's a residential building of a different scale. I would invite him to go speak with Ms. Dalmavandi about the 7 or 8 unit building on her street, which was very controversial. I don't believe it's out of scale. There are 2 and 3 story buildings in this block. And our last speaker, Mr. Meyer, again, this is speculation and opinion about the design. The design is been reviewed by the city's very competent urban design staff, and it is not up for subjective determination, but rather it must be objective and it meets the city's criteria. When you're ready, I will give you my simple comments about the report and resolution that I think need to be corrected if you would like to hear them.
Okay, if staff's ready.
Okay. As quickly as I can. I did note that there's throughout the documentation it says Truman Elliott Inc. It's Todd Elliott Inc. 3.1, it says affordable inclusionary housing within 30 days of approval. I would ask that that
Can
be
you speak
60
into the
days.
microphone?
I'm sorry. Condition 3.1 says 30 days. I would ask that it be 60 days. It's the holidays, and the person who does this is on family leave, and I think we'll need more time to get it done. 4.9, the fee schedule, it should be noted that this is, there's a vesting tentative map, and therefore the fee schedule is locked in place as of the date that it was submitted, both under the Subdivision Map Act and the Housing Accountability Act. So we should add the language escalation subject to the requirements of California Subdivision Map Act and Housing Accountability Act. Condition 8.13, prior to the issuance of demolition building permits, the applicant shall pay
I'm
directly.
sorry, what number?
8.13, a parking space elimination fee of $20,000. I don't believe we're eliminating any parking spaces, and therefore that condition should be removed. Under operations, under sale and service of alcohol, we already noted that AM should be PM under sale and service of alcohol outdoor Hilldale pool deck. Outdoor special events, there is already a special events.
What item number, please?
I'm sorry, same one, 13.1. It's the second to last item. In the conditional use permit, there's already a special events provision for this property, and that's locked in place and doesn't get changed by a later enacted statute.
So you're saying it's not currently 10 p.m.?
No, it is not.
Maybe we can ask clarification on that one. We have
Yes.
more to read in before we do that.
On
And
these,
we'll also ask staff to clarify whether or not this body has the ability to change existing conditions along with the new proposed conditions.
on the second resolution, 3.4, the same request to add building permits are calculated based upon the California Subdivision Map Act and the Housing Accountability Act. And those are my comments and requests for changes to the proposed resolution. And our team is happy to answer any further questions that you have. It sounds like you want to clarify things with your staff and legal. Thank you.
Commissioner Jones, did you have a question you want to ask now?
I do have a quick question that again, I apologize if I missed this and that I didn't bring it up earlier. I'm just curious to know, beyond the trellis and the raised planters that separate the path from the pool area, if there are any proposed noise mitigation kind of conditions in place as far as residents are concerned.
Yeah, sorry. So along the balconies, walkways that face the pool deck, we have channel glass that goes up to door height. So to provide some visual screening, but
Okay.
also allow light in, but also to help mitigate noise.
Is this the glass that you passed around earlier?
That's right.
Got it.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
Okay, but beyond that, that's what's proposed as of right now.
That's right.
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
Just to further clarify, that's at all levels, all the way across? It's not random?
Fully across, but just at the rear of the property, not at the front, Hilldale facing. Yeah. So
Okay.
specifically to aid as an acoustic visual buffer between the pool area and the residential.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Does staff have any comments relative to the requested changes?
Broadly, to the extent Commissioner Hooper-Gardner asked about changes to conditions of approval, I think that is within certainly the Commission's purview, and if and when it comes time to talk about the requested changes from the applicant, we'll be prepared to discuss those as well.
Can I ask a follow-up question?
Yeah.
The applicant made a statement that the current time for special events is not 10 p.m. That is not my understanding. Can we get clarity and a citation on what he's referring to?
Chair, if I'm not mistaken, Mr. Elliott's comment was regarding the
13.1.
Right, with regards to special events, those are looked at on a case-by-case basis. However, the current entitlement already has a condition that special events are limited under these hours. So
Okay.
this is not changing.
So it's concurrent with the existing time frames that are given, and then what you're saying on a discretionary basis is that special events require a special event approval in this city, to my understanding. I served on the Business License Commission for years and we reviewed them. So if the applicant had an issue with the 10% limitation that's prescribed in this document, then they would go to the city for a special event permit. Is my understanding correct?
That is correct.
Okay. I don't feel comfortable removing that condition. I'll just say that.
Okay. Well, we're not in
not in
deliberation
deliberations
yet,
yet,
but
so.
noted. I'm just going to ask broadly, there was reference to the MAP Act and Housing Accountability Act. Staff's noting that and in agreement that that's a change that can be made? Or is there a question from staff or differing point of view?
No, Chair. Staff's position is that the project is subject to the Housing Accountability Act. I'm happy to walk through sort of the parameters of that if there are specific questions on it. And I do agree with Mr. Elliott, although I don't know that it requires a change to conditions, but I do agree that at the time the project vested, that does lock in certain fees at that time. I don't think it necessarily makes a condition of approval inconsistent. That's in the code, but I'm happy to talk through the HAA component if that's helpful.
So it's already in the code, so there wouldn't be a need to specifically call it out in the resolutions?
Yeah, I think once, what I would recommend ultimately for the commission is once you move into deliberations, the chair could certainly reserve the right to get further clarification from applicant. I would expect there may be more back and forth, but when we're in deliberations, I think my position would be, certainly that could be part of the recommendation to just re-articulate the applicable state law that says, there are certain vested rights when it comes to fees at the time the application was deemed complete and then deemed consistent with the city's code and standards.
Okay. I do have additional questions for staff.
Okay.
Okay.
I have one as well, but
Thank
you
you.
can
On page 15, 3.2, it says inclusionary units should be maintained in a manner that ensures the affordability of the project, shall have a minimum interior area, 650 square feet, and finishes and appliances of, quote, builder's grade quality or better. Now, historically, when we've approved these inclusionary projects, it's always been they will be of a similar grade as the market rate units. And so this seems to be a downgrade from that, and I'm wondering why this is different from our normal language of similar quality and grade of the market rate units.
Yeah, the builder's grade or better is standard condition.
We've had many of them that have always said equivalent to the market rate units.
There's I'll pull up the provision. That's specified in
3.3, right?
19.22.030.
19? There is no 19.
Oh, I'm sorry. West Hollywood Municipal Code, 1922.030, where it specifies builder's quality or better. That specific, including the quotation marks, is directly from the municipal
I
code.
appreciate that, but I'm just curious as to why, for this project, you've chosen to include it, whereas many other projects we've used.
In 3.3, I'm just going to call this out, it does say that the inclusionary units shall have the same number and type of appliances as non-inclusionary units, and the exterior shall be of the same appearance, finish, quality, and material. So I feel like
Well, the exterior is the building, so.
right, but the same number and type of appliances, I think
Appliances.
is addressing your question. So it is saying that there has to be the same kinds of appliances as the non-inclusionary units, right?
With the exception of the fact that finishes includes countertops, cabinetry, a lot of other things. It's not just the appliances. So, you could end up with, marble in the market rate units and laminate in the inclusionary units. And so that's a significant difference. That is not the same across the board. And that's why I'm asking, because it is something that we've done, and unless I'm completely hallucinating, we've done in many instances. I mean, Commissioner Caballero?
Yes, I agree. I think we have approved projects where the materials are similar, if not exact, but I think that was by choice of the developer. Because I understand the code the same way that Antonio sort of repeated it. So maybe it was specific projects that were moving through the system that were just treated differently than this one is.
Okay. We'll leave that for deliberations.
Sounds
I
good.
just wanted to wonder if staff had a particular reason why this was different from some of the others that we've had through here. Okay. For the applicant, can we go to P2A1.02?
And Commissioner Hoopengartner, while we do that, I think it's absolutely permissible for the commission to ask additional questions for applicant. I would just probably note for the record, we've moved through the public comment portion of the hearing, so the Planning Commission is now sort of moving into questions and potential deliberation and reserving the right to ask follow-up questions of applicant.
Okay.
So I'm trying to follow the path of travel, and I believe we discussed this at design review. In looking at these ostensibly two-bedroom units, and on P2A1.02, if I look at the southernmost unit, bedroom 1 doesn't have a door, but it has a walk-in closet. But the person occupying bedroom 1 has to walk the length of the utility stack, if you will, then back up the entire length of the kitchen living room, then back across the bedroom kitchen stack and open the sliding door to bedroom 2, and then go around the corner to open the sliding door into the bathroom. Is that correct?
Just, you're on the second floor, is that?
Yes.
Okay.
The second floor plan.
And the one of the typical units facing Hilldale?
Correct.
Yeah. So the sequence from getting to bedroom facing Hilldale to the bathroom, is
The
that
person in bedroom 1
Yep.
who had a little too many beers the night before
Right.
and needs to get up at dark o'clock and go to the loo has to walk in a complete U, as I read this, around the entire unit, open the bedroom door to bedroom 2, then open the door to the
No.
bathroom.
So from bedroom 1, they would have to circulate around the kitchen stack, and then there's access into the bathroom without having to go into the additional bedroom.
Where? In the linen closet?
I'm trying to reshare my screen here. Give me one sec.
There's a pocket door for bedroom 2.
Yeah.
There's a pocket door to bedroom 2.
After
Yeah,
the
Zoom
linen
has
closet.
kicked me out. It won't let me share screen.
So first of all, there is no door to bedroom 1. Is that?
It should be a pocket door.
It looks like it's behind the refrigerator. This issue came up in design review, Commissioner Hoopengartner.
Yes, it did.
Yeah.
That's the reason I was asking it again,
Yeah,
because I saw
yeah.
the same problem.
Okay, hang on.
And we
I have
suggested
it.
having
Yep.
a door from bedroom 2 into the bathroom, but it just looks like it's too tight a space.
So there's a pocket door on the section line?
Right behind the refrigerator, it looks like. It's super small.
Okay. Give me 1 second. It's calling it up here. Okay. So is this unit, for example?
Yes.
Okay. So how, from this bedroom, you would access the
So I don't have that pocket door visible there on the plans I'm looking at here.
So
So now I see what you're talking about, but that's not on this plan right here. Okay. So there is a door to bedroom 1 at the bottom of the screen.
Right, so there's 2 thresholds here. So from this bedroom, you would circulate around and enter into the bathroom. So at the bathroom, upon entry, this is open, a linen closet, and then another threshold here that brings you into
And
the...
another pocket door. Okay,
Correct,
so the
yeah.
plans I'm looking at, that's a solid wall, so that looked a little
Okay.
confusing. Okay. Yeah, P2A1.02.
I would just ask, yeah, that anything is shared from the
Yeah, please.
microphone and using
Yeah. It's not just for my benefit, it's for everyone's benefit, my questions.
It's on the grid line, and that's why it looks like it's part of the grid line.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, but also where I see linen closet, that's a solid wall, there's no door there, so that's why I was confused.
Got it. It's just a
threshold?
floor finish threshold, yeah.
Okay, yeah, it looks like a wall to me, but okay. I still don't love it because it's still, just a really poor path to travel for a bathroom entrance, but I'll leave that up to you. Okay, moving right along. Can we discuss, and this is for staff as well as for the applicant, in the resolution on page 29, 13.5 and 13.6, and I think this is to Commissioner Matos' questions about hours and amplification. This is talking about now sound amplifying equipment. So my first question to staff is, does the existing conditions on the existing project, rooftop, et cetera, allow for amplifying equipment?
It does.
It
yes,
does.
for
Okay.
ambient sound.
But now we're discussing the roof deck and amenity spaces, which are going to be very proximate to a new residential unit. So these two items talk about the fact that first of all, they're allowing amplifying equipment, correct?
For staff, yes. This would be for any speakers or any amplified type of equipment for ambient sound and music.
So to be clear, it's within our purview to not allow amplified sound on that pool deck?
I'm sorry, Commissioner, can you repeat that question?
It is within our purview to have a discussion to perhaps not allow amplified equipment on the pool deck?
Commissioner, I would say because the city considers it an HAA project, we would need to look at sort of an objective standard that would potentially preclude it to outright prohibit it.
Except for the pool deck has nothing to do with HAA.
Well, it's all part of the same project. And staff does consider the project in full that's before the commission as an HAA project.
Okay, I'll leave it for discussion. Since you're in the hot spot already, Isaac, on page 5, this is just a clarifying. Under concession 1,
Commissioner, sorry, just a point of clarification. Are we talking page 5 of the
the
staff report?
resolution.
The resolution, so starting with section
7.
Section 7, understood. Okay.
On number A, 3/4 of the way down the page, under the first concession, a concession to increase the building height from 2 stories and 25 feet for a property in the R3 zone to allow 1 additional story and an additional 12 feet 6 inches in building height. And I would ask, is perhaps 4 an additional 12 feet 6 inches in the building height more appropriate than and?
I'm glad you asked, Commissioner. So staff did confirm that that is one standard, and I don't have the site handy, but I'm sure we could pull it from the staff report that that is one development standard that includes the idea of the height, additional story, and the additional amount in building height.
Well, it sounds like it's additive, the way it's written. It sounds like they can have an additional story.
I see.
And they can have an additional 12 feet 6 inches. I'm saying,
yes.
based on your subsequent statement, that it's only going to be 37 feet 6 inches, that the appropriate language would be an additional story for an additional 12 feet 6 inches.
We are comfortable with sort of, if that's the will of the commission, to make that clerical change to better describe it. And I got ahead of myself. I was excited you asked because we did confirm that that was one development standard, so it is one concession. But to your point, yes, we could certainly make it
We can have
more
another
clear.
discussion about 12 feet instead of the regular 10 feet. That's
Understood.
another whole conversation. But this sounds like you're doing both, and I would strongly object to both.
Yes, I think a clarification change is something the city could articulate to better explain.
Okay. Thank you. I just wanted that. Now, Isaac, sorry, I'm losing my voice. Back to this airspace. Please speak.
So, Commissioner Hoopengartner, I can understand the questions about the airspace subdivision. Staff is comfortable, one, that there's nothing that prohibits the sort of vertical subdivision of airspace with, as proposed, the possibility of different owners for the affordable units on the second floor from an owner on the other floors. And we also don't have any standards that prohibits it under our objective standards within our general plan and zoning ordinance. And my understanding is it's not directly analogous, but that there's a movie project, Movie Town project, where there may be some distinction between affordable units in a relatively analogous way, but
That's the Trader Joe's on the east side.
But I do want to note that the staff is comfortable in embedding this project, that the airspace subdivision is permissible and doesn't impact the housing laws that are applicable to the project.
Okay. And the keeping the separate affordable and not integrating it in the building as per city code, there's no need for a waiver or anything on that?
Correct. So staff's position, there is reference to, and as was pointed out by a public commenter and by members of the commission, there are questions about clustering. There is a provision in our code 1922-030 C3, and it says, well, the intent of inclusionary units is that they be dispersed as much as possible, which I would argue is somewhat of a subjective standard. That section goes on to state that inclusionary units may be clustered within a building if the review authority determines that such clustering results in the creation of more affordable units. City staff...
Let's just finish that last sentence.
Sure.
Results in the creation of more
Correct.
affordable units.
And city staff's position is that 60% affordable with 6 units that are deed restricted affordable is a significant increase in the amount of affordable units that are being provided out of the 10.
Okay, but net, we have 10 units now and we're going to get 10 units, so how is that more?
The income units for the 10 that are being replaced were not known at the time, so the city utilized the HUD standards to come up with the affordable mix. So from the city's point of view, there are going to be more deed-restricted units that are within the city's registry that are going to be covenanted affordable over that affordability term at the very low and low income levels that aren't there presently in terms of having 6 of those units.
Okay, thank you.
Can I ask a follow-up question to that? I mean, my understanding, precedent, right? We have an objective standard in the city code. It's been opined on by council, multiple iterations, that there would be a distribution of affordable units throughout a building to prevent a poor floor, quote unquote, from being created. Is this not, it's in our code, it's an objective standard, correct?
Yeah, but that's what you just read.
I think Commissioner Meadows, I completely understand the concern and the intent. I think without trying to mince words or sound too lawyerly, I think that the standard itself is not wholly objective because it does contemplate that, well, there's intent that the clustering, that the inclusionary units be dispersed. There's a subjective carve-out that allows the city in its sort of subjective or discretionary authority to allow it in certain instances. So I wouldn't say the provision in the code is wholly objective, but in addition to that, staff does feel and speaking for staff, I think agrees with what applicant stated that by having an airspace subdivision and having 6 affordable units on the second floor, it does open up the opportunities for those six units. And I can certainly turn it over to staff for some of the other sort of analysis that went into their comfort with that and why they were willing to recommend it.
So, Chair, so that same provision that the city attorney just mentioned, it states that clustering is permitted if it would result in more affordable units or provides a documented public benefit. And in this case, I think a couple of the public benefits that we have discussed is that there is the provision of the supportive services room on the ground floor that would be exclusively for the use by those affordable units. And also the fact that the replacement units, the unit mix includes 4 2-bedrooms and 2 1-bedrooms, whereas the existing units are 3 2-bedrooms and 3 1-bedrooms. So there is a net additional bedroom that is being provided under these new affordable units. So those are the 2 public benefits that this project would bring forward.
Yeah, I think this goes back to my question earlier, and that's the reason why that I asked it for the record of square footage, because if we're putting all 6 affordable units on one floor, my inference based on the math is that their next floor higher would be 4 units. So that would imply that these unit sizes are not concurrent with the market rate, which is why I asked that question. So that, I don't think that was ever clearly answered, but if they're not concurrent with the market rate, does that standard hold any weight? Because it's not allowing more units, it's making them smaller and putting them all on one floor and then putting more units on the top floor, or less units on the top floor that are bigger. So, I mean, that was my thought on that. But
Does staff have something to clarify? Otherwise, does staff want the applicant to answer that?
Would you like a clarification, Commissioners?
The unit size breakdown is on page P2G0.00.
What would you like to add that clarifies the question?
It's not just about square footage. It's about how many kitchens, how many bathrooms you're installing, and the cost of that. And then ultimately, how many bedrooms exist that house how many people. 1 extra bedroom will house at least 1 or more people. And that is creating more affordability in the city of West Hollywood. That is important. But also, you can't base it on square footage. It's how many kitchens, how many bathrooms, and the cost of that. That's a benefit. Thank you.
we also do have objective standards, to my understanding, that I'm sure staff could weigh in on, that say that affordable inclusionary units are required to be of the same builder's quality and size and scope as the market rate units. Is that correct? That was a question for the city attorney.
We have no problem with that.
That is correct.
Okay. So that's the point that I'm getting at here.
Understood, Commissioner. I think where staff is trying to draw a distinction is just because some of the units are 2 bedrooms, and to Mr. View's point, there's actually going to be more affordable units that have multiple bedrooms. So it's not, and I don't want to overspeak for staff, but it may not be a one-to-one per se between one of the market rate units that could have one bedroom and one of the lower income or very low income units that might have 2 bedrooms, but have the same amenities and the same builders, I just lost the phrase, builder's quality, thank you, applicable.
Okay, are there other questions? I do have a question. And I guess my question is if this even pertains to what we're discussing here today, but we heard from the public and there was a clear concern about displacement, and then the applicant stated that per law that they don't have to provide housing to someone that's been removed. So I just want to see if there's anything to say there on that as we're making decisions today.
Understood, Chair. I think it's a legitimate question. I don't know that the city team would be able to speak specifically to the circumstances of what we heard in public comment. However, the applicant's team did work with our housing division in advance of bringing this item forward to confirm compliance with the housing regulations, and the city does have an existing standard in place under 3.7 of the entitlement resolution that requires, in order for applicant to be able to pull the permits, that the city has vetted and confirmed compliance with the state displacement requirements. That would include relocation, that would require right of first refusal. So our housing team has reviewed this project, and in addition, there is a, I would consider a catch-all enforcement mechanism by which the city team, in order to pull permits, is going to have to vet the compliance with those state laws.
So where are we in that process?
Well, the final check would occur at the time after entitlements are issued and before permits could be constructed. But the housing team did sort of vet the applicant's consideration of those with the existing tenants in advance of this being brought forward.
So what is staff saying? I don't understand. Is there an issue currently that is being worked through, or is there no issue?
No, there's no issue. The unit has been, the property has been LS'd, and that housing staff followed the proper procedures for that LSing and eviction process.
And then the individual does not have a right of first refusal anymore?
No, they do. I think, as the city attorney said, under condition 3.7, that particular tenant would be eligible. Well, actually, the city would have to follow the rent stabilization ordinance, and so all of the tenant relocation benefits that would be required under the city's rent stabilization ordinance.
Okay, that's something different than what the applicant said.
Well, Chair, I think it's difficult for the city team to, without having been able to vet sort of what came up during public comment, or to know all the circumstances between that and what we've heard from applicants. So I think what the city team's trying to emphasize is just that the housing division has controls in place to ensure, both in reviewing the application, but certainly before permits are pulled as well, that all of those requirements that are applicable will have been followed in order to receive discretionary entitlements.
Okay, and that's my question. Where are we? It sounds like we don't know right now.
Well, it would be during that process after entitlements are issued that final check and that condition of approval would need to be confirmed at the time they were ready to pull permits.
Okay, so there's no conclusion at the moment. We've heard the information that's presented. Okay, thank you. That's the only other question that I have. Do any of my colleagues have any more questions before we move into deliberation?
I guess just one for legal. Can you help me with the description on the resolution and why it keeps referring to the urban inn still instead of the San Vicente bungalows. Is there a legal description that is in some way driving all of this?
Commissioner, I just want to confirm.
I'm looking at the resolution.
The entitlement resolution 1587?
24-1581.
1581, okay.
On the DEM permit and the dev permit. Throughout it, it continues to refer to the urban inn. And so I was trying to understand why that is, given that the legal entity we're working with is the San Vicente bungalows.
Yes, the San Vicente Bungalows is the name of the business. The land use itself is an urban inn. It's been entitled as an urban inn. And so we're using the land use there versus the name of the business.
But it says the urban inn. It doesn't say an urban inn.
Understood, Commissioner Hoopengartner. I think to Mr. Castillo's point, the designation and the bungalows themselves are the urban inn for purposes of these entitlements, but it's certainly a clarification that could be made to just specify in reference to the urban inn that it's a urban inn, relevant to the four corners of the resolution.
For the purpose of the code, it's an urban inn.
Sure, yep.
But the legal entity that we're dealing with is the San Vicente bungalow. So I think there should be a distinction, because to me this is quite confusing. Thank you.
Just because I want to be clear, because if we make changes to the language, I want to understand. Urban inn, except I think it's confusing, possibly confusing, because in the top on page 1, everything is in capital letters, right? We're talking about a common noun versus a proper noun, right? So common noun of urban inn, I'm comfortable with keeping that as urban inn because that's the land name designation. But San Vicente Bungalows is to me it's clear, but I just want to make sure I understand. Do you see it capitalized anywhere else in the text? Because to me, I thought it was clear based on the fact that they're all lowercase letters that we're referring to a kind of property and not the name of the property.
But an urban inn, is urban inn a defined term in the code? It is, right?
Yes, and
so in that case, it would be capitalized.
But I do think what we could do for the commission, should it be of interest, is, we do want it to be clear that we are talking about the urban inn that's specific to this property. So I think we could probably kind of do a catch-all cleanup, just so it's abundantly clear in the materials and in the minutes that we're talking about a specific urban inn, and that urban inn is the San Vicente Bungalows for purposes of the project materials.
Thank you.
Okay. We've closed the public comment portion of the meeting and asked some additional questions. Are there any other questions, or should we move into deliberation?
I just have one quick one, I'm sorry.
Okay. Yeah, of course.
On 13.1, I just want to make sure that this is correct for the record. Under the space that says pool deck and outdoor amenity spaces Hilldale site, it's labeled 8 a.m. to 10 a.m. Is that correct?
They corrected it in 2 places. It's 8 a.m. to 10 p.m.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. I just wanted to double
No, it's all
double
good.
check
I saw it earlier too.
I
know.
couldn't remember if we had discussed that specific point or not.
And Commissioner Matos, I think it does bear repeating, because I know that is a big point for all the commissioners, and so we'll certainly make sure if the motion comes up that we also reiterate at that time that that change would be done.
Okay, thank you. It's been a long meeting. Sorry for that
I
forgetfulness.
saw it earlier too. I totally get it.
For future reference, tables like this, it might be helpful to number each row so that we all know what we're talking about. If we could say, item number 4, 5, 6, 7, it would be a lot easier than count down. Thank you.
Are we okay to move into deliberation, or does anyone want to break first?
Okay, I'm okay with deliberation.
Okay, seems like consensus is we'll keep going. Okay. Would anyone like to speak first? Commissioner Matos?
Yeah. So there's multiple things that are true with this project, right? It is a Housing Accountability Act project. It does provide an opportunity for 6 new income-aligned, deed-restricted affordable units, which, yes, is important. We are in a housing crisis, and this is going to provide 6 meaningful opportunities for people to come and live and work in this community and be part of it in a meaningful way. So that is true. I do have pretty significant concerns on the execution of this project by the applicant before us here today. I think that there are objective standards that are in the city code that are not being adhered to, especially when we look at consideration of mixture throughout the property of the affordable units. I understand that there's a subjective nature to the second part of that code, but to several points that were raised, putting 6 units on one floor and 4 units of larger size on the top floor, that decision to cluster the units is not for the sake of additional housing. It's not for the sake of additional unit space. It's not for the sake of the tenants. And I just don't philosophically agree with that decision and determination by staff, with all due respect. I think that the city's made it clear on several occasions and in code that there's an intention to make sure that these affordable units are mixed throughout, so that there is not a separate but equal concern when it relates to affordable tenants. So I will say that. The other interesting thing about this project that makes it unique is the fact that we have a proposal before us that brings forward an amenity that is for exclusive use of a separate property. The applicant had made a comment that these are 2 separate parcels, but in the plans that they provided us, they're actually using an easement for the pool deck based on what I've looked at. So I don't see that as 2 separate parcels. But for whatever that's worth, I do think that when we're looking at affordable housing projects, especially Housing Accountability Act projects, we need to be considering that all of the amenities that are built on that subject property that is before us for discretionary approval be subject to having resident access to those amenities. I'm not sure what objective standard, if any, we have to that end, but that just seems illogical to me to have an amenity that's being built with an affordable housing component project to be exclusive to a separate property. It just doesn't make sense. Granted that, I think that we have some discussion items here tonight on some of the requests that were made by the applicant, and also on some of the findings that I've mentioned here today. But I do acknowledge, and it is important to acknowledge, the Housing Accountability Act component of this, and the fact that as far as unit mix, additional bedrooms, deed restricted, income aligned affordable housing that's going to be available to people in perpetuity, and then also for further rent stabilized units beyond that, that there is merit to this project, but I do have significant concerns about some of the issues that I've raised. So that would be my part on the project, my 2 cents on this for whatever it's worth. Thank you.
Commissioner Jones?
Yeah. Thank you for those comments. And I want to kind of just summarize briefly, or I think address some of the comments that were made. One thing that I didn't ask and that didn't come up in questioning was just about, I think, some of the residents, and just so you know, for the record, I write down everyone's name and I write down what you say, which is why I'm writing furiously as you give comments, so I am paying attention. And taking note of kind of some of the issues that have been raised. I think, and I would have to rely on the property operator and owner to understand more about this, but I think, having visited the bungalows myself, I think that most people who visit Park Valet, if I'm not mistaken. So I'm not terribly worried about there being parking taken away from people on Hilldale right now by people who actually are guests of the bungalows themselves. So I did want to address that. I'm generally in support of the project. I do understand the concerns that Commissioner Matos raised. I draw a pretty bright line, and I think that, my votes for these kinds of things generally reflect that when it comes to staff and legal's kind of positions on things. I think that certainly with the way that the parcels are broken up in terms of the airspace is a pretty creative solution. I don't think that I've seen it since I've been on commission. Mr. Elliott can check me if I'm wrong about that, but it is a creative solution. I don't think we've seen anything like that, but if staff and legal are aligned, then I tend to be in support of it. I do understand, given the city's values and given the way that we've traditionally approached inclusionary units, why that would be of concern, and I think it's worth discussing. But to me, it's not something that's going to prevent me from voting to move the project forward. I'm going to bring a little bit of a different perspective to this, but if someone wanting to build a pool for a club is what's going to get us, 10 new units of housing in the city that's going to be well maintained, especially with the inclusionary units and the rent stabilized market rate units, I'm here for that. I'm also not a big pool person, so I could live near a pool and never visit it. That's fine with me. That's just my own personal thing, which it's neither here nor there. But again, I'm generally in support of the project. I also just think, Jeff Klein has been a great steward. He, runs Sunset Tower. It's beautifully maintained. It was beautifully restored. It's well run. I think he's been a good steward and a kind of a good resident or a good citizen of the community. And so again, I'm generally in support of the project. I do very much appreciate kind of the attention that has been brought to some of maybe what people might view as some of the more problematic elements of this. But again, generally speaking, given that it is Housing Accountability Act classified, and I feel comfortable given the amount of conversation that we've had moving this forward. So I'm open to discussion. As always, I'm open to conversation, but that's where I stand right now. Thanks.
Thank you. How about Commissioner Carvalero?
Thank you, Commissioner Jones and Commissioner Matos, for your comments. To build on them, I also feel very uncomfortable about how the low-income units are not being mixed in with the rest of the units. And I don't know enough about financing to really make any comments about how it's layered and how you're using that for financing, but I remember these conversations in grad school all the time. It's like, you should always mix, so you don't have, this sort of, and so it does bother me.
Could you do the microphone?
You can't hear me? No. Oh, okay. So that aspect does bother me. And it's a very creative solution in terms of financing and how to build this project. Of course, I'm in support of the additional units. For me, personally, I just feel like we need to move on and not continue building projects that are sort of pre-pandemic mentality. Yes, we could have 20 units on this site, but we're giving a pool, to a luxury lifestyle. And what's more important? What do we value? But given the Housing Accountability Act, I don't see a reason, or we can't really not approve this project. And in design review, all the people that showed up were in favor of the project. So some of the comments against it tonight tripped me up a little bit, but generally, I quite like the building. I think it brings a new precedence to the neighborhood. I think, if you walk up Hilldale, it feels very claustrophobic, and the way the design is layering the building so it feels like it steps back, I think will be really beautiful experience as you walk up Hilldale. And you don't really have that now because the buildings are so close to the sidewalk. So from that perspective and a design perspective, I think I love the building and I think the materials are great. And I just want to address, some comments that came up during our questions. And maybe it's just that I like to study these drawings, but on page P2A3.03, we do see the glass panels shown that are situated so that it will be a sound and visual barrier from the pool. And then Commissioner Hoopengardner, I know you asked for a render, and I had the same question when I went through the set, but P1A3.01, those sections show Santa Monica Boulevard and Hilldale on the other side with a new building imposed. And though it's just shadow and cross-section, there's no way that somebody on Santa Monica Boulevard would see this new building. You would have to be on a 3-4-story building across the street or up the hill to really see that building. So and then when you look at the cross-section, P1G001, the lower image shows that the building next to us up the hill actually looks like a 3 to 4-story building. So I think it fits well. That's a long-winded way of saying I think it fits well into the neighborhood, and it sets a new precedence, and I don't think that's a bad thing. I think that's a great thing. And yeah, I think those are all my comments.
Thank you. Vice Chair Gregoire.
I support this project. I think it conforms to all our objective standards. People are expressing concern about having all of the affordable units on the same floor. I guess I'm not concerned with that at all. This is not a poor floor. This is only a 10-unit building, and 6 of the 10 units are affordable, and 3 will be market rate rent stabilized units. It seems to me when 6 out of the 10 units are affordable, it actually makes sense and probably seems more equitable to put them all on the same floor. There's only 2 floors. It actually seems quite appropriate to me to put them all on the same floor in this particular project. So yeah, I don't have any concerns at all about putting all the affordable together, and I see no reason why we would deny the project on that basis. I appreciated Commissioner Motto's comments about the pool. That was the first question that came to my mind, was it seems a little awkward to not allow the residents to use the pool, but I do understand that it's not practical. It's not practical to do so. Obviously there is no requirement in the code that a pool be provided as an amenity. I would note that we have a beautiful public pool just down the street from this development, where people can swim for very little money. We have a beautiful public pool in West Hollywood. So I'm not particularly concerned about restricting the pool to the San Vicente bungalows. It's a small cost to get a beautiful 10-unit building with 6 affordable units, with 4 rent-stabilized units. So when the time comes, I'll be happy. I will happily vote in favor of approving this project.
So to begin with, let's just talk about the design of the building. And I think at design review, we were all in agreement. It's got a lot of excellent qualities, not the least of which are its environmental properties in airflow, recirculation, open space, the courtyard. I mean, there's just a lot of really excellent design on this project. And from a neighborhood perspective, and I think we've heard it all in the comments tonight, you know, one person's thank you for not making it 5 stories is another person's why is it 3 stories instead of 2? And, you know, we get the pleasure of threading that needle or not, because under the Housing Accountability Act, we have no choice. So I think for the space and for the neighborhood, trust me, we could have far worse, and we've seen far worse. This could be a 5-story building for those of you who, you know, want it to be smaller. It could be. That being said, I still am not terribly comfortable with the lack of activation at the street level. I think, you know, perhaps the landscaping is going to alleviate some of my concerns, but I don't love the fact that there's no front-facing unit, that you know, that part of our code is being waived. I don't love the fact that, you know, oh, that's you know, living space, but it's not, but then the second story is, but it's not, that sort of circular argument, I just really am uncomfortable with. I take into very much account, and it was one of my first questions, about what appears to be segregated housing, and a number of my colleagues, I think, have expressed similar concerns. And to one of the general comments, public comments about it not being, that it being against the spirit of West Hollywood, I would agree wholeheartedly that it is not in compliance with the spirit of our code and who we are. I understand why perhaps this might be, there's reasons why this might be. I don't like it. I don't care for it. We've fought against it on so many other projects, and I don't like the precedent that this sets. To the statement that, we've got 10 new units. Well, we have 10 units. Right now, we have 10 units. We have 16 bedrooms right now. We're getting 18 bedrooms. So we're getting 2 more bedrooms. Yes, some of them are affordable, but we also don't know how affordable they would have been until Clean took over and wiped those out. So in terms of, our housing affordability goals and our arena goals, this is barely a wash. I really we're not getting a lot for it. But, and to be clear, we're taking 30, 40% of a residential parcel and making it a pool for a private commercial enterprise. So back to who are we and what are we about? If we're really about affordable housing, that pool should be housing. Having said that, we've got the HAA. I just think that there's been a lot of sort of twists and backflips that have been done to create this amenity for a private commercial enterprise, and they've kind of put this thing on the front of it that says, oh, hey, by the way, here's some housing. And I don't think it's been a truly genuine effort to create housing. That's my personal opinion. Having said that, I've seen far worse. I think that, if done well, and according to what we're seeing, and having said that, I would, would be willing to move this item forward, but perhaps with a condition that should there be material changes in this design, that it come back to us. Because I am very concerned about those trellises, all of that, and at the last minute, somebody coming to staff and saying, oh, golly gee, we can't do it because the fire department and this and that, and all of a sudden, that whole green space is gone. And mind you, that was a Historic Preservation Commission direction to us, is to make sure that there was adequate green space on the back of the building. So I think that with some of the corrections we've already discussed, and that one modification about substantive changes to any of the materiality, especially with the rear facade, I would be willing to move this forward.
Thank you. First of all, I really want to say thank you to all of my colleagues for your thoughtful comments and really measured assessment of this project. And I think you've all said it really well in different ways. And I think I agree with everything that everyone said. And I think that there, at the end of the day, is there's a lot of great things in this project, and there's also a lot of things that are concerning in this project. I think when we're talking about the housing and the design of the housing, it's actually done very well, and it's exemplary in many ways. It's an elegant design. I was also surprised by the sort of mixed feedback we received today versus during design review. However, it seems like the project in that regard is kind of serving that balance between what happens with a higher density type of unit versus and maximizing everything versus going with the most reduced possible scale. And so there is a balance there. in many ways. I wish there could be more housing, but it's an elegant design and sets an example. And I know I've always said that, I like to think when we build things in this city, good things are built and that they're here to last, and that it is something that provides a good quality of life. And I think there's a lot of that potential in this project. There are definitely some core principles that I'm also concerned about. I also agree that I don't like the limiting of inclusionary housing to specific areas, or in this case, a floor. I don't like that at all, for sure. However, I do see that from a number of units standpoint, there's a high mix because everything is either inclusionary or if it is market rate, also is rent stabilized. So there's not so much mixing that would really happen if it were more broken up, but I still wish that could be done. And I don't know, I can't speak to the financing and the logic behind that all. I think it's kind of fuzzy and I don't like it. But also, this is a housing project and I wouldn't want to stop it if it's going to put affordable housing and housing in general into the city with an exemplary design. So that's kind of where I stand with it all. That I guess I started this by saying there's some things that are really thoughtful and some things that are really concerning. Perhaps there's more thoughtfulness than concern at the end of the day. So I would be in support of the project. I do think that there's some cleanup of some of the text. There's definitely a warrant to make sure that we're getting a good project and a consistent project, especially if there's going to be a separation of the floors and what occupants are on what floors. That's definitely a precedent to potentially have different grades or scales of design than if things are more mixed, in my opinion. So I think we should, work toward that. And I agree that given all of the asks that the project is having and the potential budgetary challenges based on the idea of the lot split, that if there are substantial changes, we should reiterate that it should come back to us so that we can keep those things that are great and thoughtful that help balance out the concerns that I share with other people based on what other commissioners on up here based on what they've all said and how I feel. So in summary, I'm in support of the project if we make some adjustments. And I don't know if anyone has other thoughts they want to go through or.
I think that there's also the question of the applicant asked for a series of changes to the document, the resolution. Let me cite it for the public. PC 24-1581. They asked for changes in section 8. They asked for changes in section 13 along the lines of the time allotment for outdoor special events. They said one thing, we heard the correct answer from staff. So I think that as a body, we should probably go through each of those.
I agree.
But I will say just on my point, the concerns that I have are pretty stark, but it's not a grounds for dismissal of this project, and I am with that. I do think that at the very minimum, given that the majority of the body, based on your speeches just now, raised concerns with perceived segregation of the affordable units onto one floor, that we should make a recommendation to council to look at that provision within the municipal code with city staff and make a determination as to what they meant when they enacted that municipal code. Because I just don't feel comfortable with just moving it along without saying anything along the lines of that concern, because it is a statement of values. That's all I would say in that vein. It doesn't have to be I would like it to be a condition, but my perception is that we probably wouldn't have the support for that. So I'm happy to make a recommendation to council for them to investigate that element further. because I do believe that there is an objective standard in the code that is not being met.
Well, I appreciate that, and unfortunately, I would have to agree with Isaac in that the code does say unless there's an overriding consideration. And that's what the applicant is presenting, is that overriding consideration, and therefore there is an exception in the code. Now, whether or not we should remove the exception from a code is a perfectly valid question that maybe should go to council. But I don't know that we have any discretion in as much as the code does say.
I'm not asking for discretion. I'm asking for a flag for council, a recommendation.
Right.
I'm not
Right.
asking for discretion.
Yeah. So I would, I don't know what my colleagues feel about my recommendation about this coming back to us, if there's any significant change.
I completely agree with that.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, we just had a building built on the street over, and they had proposed green walls. I'll show you the building, or I'll send you the address of the project that we reviewed. And instead of, climbing plants, they put grasses, and then you have these big trellises, and the materials completely changed. So yes, I absolutely agree with you on that.
Is there already a standard condition in the reso that, because I think there usually is, but if is there further clarification we want to give? Because
Well, I think in the past we've said, I think we did on the hotel on Larrabee, where we said if there's any changes at all. And the applicant said, you mean if we move a window 2 inches? And we said, yep. It comes back to planning. And yes, you're right, there is language, that gives the director discretion, et cetera, et cetera. But I think to Commissioner Caballero's point, there's a project at the foot of my hill that is so dramatically different that when they took the wraps off of it, we started calling it the penitentiary. Because instead of wood cladding, it's got these iron bars up and down the building. And it's just so dramatically different from what was approved by this body, it's absolutely indistinguishable. So I think, given the precedent for that in projects throughout our city, it's an issue. And it's an issue I personally have heard from multiple citizens. And, the question is, how do we define it? Where do we draw the line? Do we say any changes? What do we say?
Yeah, and I just did a quick search. I think it's 1.8, page 13, yeah, which currently says any major changes as determined by the director may be approved by the Planning Commission. So,
Chair, you beat us to it. I think we were also looking at 1.8 and specifically to Commissioner Hubengarner's point and to a point raised by several commissioners, there is a section from 1962-070, B3, that talks about amendments to an approved project. And I think we could work on some language if it's amenable to the commission that talks about B3 of that section says a major change is a change to the approved use or significant change to project design. I think if the commission's amenable, we could specify that it's a change to project design and what was viewed as part of the packet on December 3rd by the Planning Commission.
That would make me a lot happier if it changes from what we reviewed on this date, because the word major is still pretty amorphous. And one man's major is another man's, what? So.
Isaac, don't we typically have that language in our resolutions?
We do, to Chair Lombardi's point, that code section is referenced in 1.8, which more largely talks about granting approvals associated with the fire code, building and safety and standards, but it does say, it does reference a referral of the revised plans going back to the planning division for any additional review. So we do have a reference to 1962-070 currently in that resolution. I'm looking and see if we have it referenced elsewhere. Section 10 of that resolution also talks about findings associated with the CUP amendment that's specific to the urban inn component. But I think we could do something that's a little more tailor-made to what the commission is looking for.
And I think to that point, Isaac, and I guess my example with the fire code, if that walkway, all of a sudden you can't plant the plants, Well, the applicant said, great, well, we'll cut into the planter on the other side. Okay, that's nice, but now all of a sudden they can't plant the trees, right? And so you get this cascading effect.
Right.
And that's exactly what we're both giving as references to projects that have gone through this cascading effect. Oh, you want an exception for that? That's a 10% variance. You want an exception for that? That's another 10% variance. And next thing you know, we're 10% of nothing. And so that's my personal concern.
Yeah, I would love to table this conversation to commissioner comments because I think this is a bigger issue that we should resolve. And I don't think it's worth the applicants sort of sitting through this, but you know, adding that language to this is important, and
Yes.
I think we should bring it up as an issue in commissioner comments.
That's a really good recommendation, and I would agree with that 100%.
It seems like there's a general consensus there. Yeah.
I was also going to suggest to the commission, with Commissioner Matos' point about clustering and direction to council, that may be another option during commissioner comments to see if there's a consensus to kind of bring that back or to make that recommendation separate and apart from the project, just that the council look at that.
Okay. So does anyone else have anything that they would like to flag or identify as I mean, we know that there's a lot of combing through, whether it be from the applicant or
Can we just clean this one up and get some language around this one, just so that we can put a pin in this one and then move on to the next things?
Yeah, I understand staff's working on it, so I don't know if you need more time or you're ready now.
I think we can keep it there. I think we can do it. So we've got to start here with this one. We've got condition 2.3 currently in the entitlement resolution that says the approval is for those plans reviewed and approved by the Planning Commission at its meeting December 5th, 2024. And there's additional language that says a copy of said plans shall be maintained in the files of the city's planning division, etc. It says the project shall be developed and maintained in substantial conformance with said plans, except as otherwise specified in these conditions of approval. We could add a sentence that says the Planning Commission is approving the project, noting the project must comply with West Hollywood Municipal Code 1962-070B3, and that a change to the approved use or a significant change to the project design, which includes a change to the plans presented on December 3rd, 2024, requires a return to the Planning Commission.
I'm sorry, can you try that again? Because I still heard substantial and not, any change.
Yeah, I don't know that I can do it exactly the same again, Commissioner Hoopengartner.
Okay.
Maybe that's a jumping off point for the commission, and there's a way to kind of reframe it.
I mean, I personally would kind of like to stick with, if it doesn't look like the plans, it comes back to us.
Yeah, I think maybe that's how it needs to be.
This touches on a bigger issue. Where do we draw the line?
Yeah.
I think that's why I want to table it to commission comments. I don't quite understand how we would define this for this project. I don't know how we could possibly define it for this project, because you could say 20%, but like you said, you could do 5% at each time, and then no one's keeping count, and the building shows up completely different. I'm not a wordsmith, so I'm not sure how to phrase this. I'm in support of it.
I guess to me, at the end of the day, what the public saw, what we saw, were these renderings, these pictures. And with the understanding that those wire trellises may need to be, 18 inches on center versus 22 inches on center, I'm not concerned about that. I'm concerned about the wires going away, the trellis going away. And the
materials going away.
And the materials going away. And it not looking like these pictures, okay? And so I think, Isaac, that's the language. And the problem is, historically, the executive director has been given this 10%, 10%, 10%. And I think what we're saying is no 10% on this project. That this is, what you see is what you get. Knowing that they're not CDs, but.
My only concern about it going too broad would be if that there's something that happens in plan check or building and safety or something along those lines later in the process, that the applicant would feel that their hands are tied if there is a wholesale no change provision put into this. I think that
We're not
that's
saying that.
That's a little narrow-sighted.
We're not saying no
we could
changes, we're saying no
exclude-
changes to the look of the building.
Yeah, we could exclude any code required change.
Any aesthetic or material changes,
Yeah, any aesthetic or material.
Yeah.
changes.
including the landscape.
Right.
And I think that, looking to the two ends of the dais here, but I think that you all mentioned a project that maybe you did something like that before, right?
It's beyond, yeah, it's.
They're unrecognizable buildings.
I mean,
If you pull up the picture of what the planning commission approved and what is on the street right now, it is
Yeah,
unrecognizable.
I understand that. I guess I thought you had mentioned a project that had a condition before that it needs to come back.
That one actually did, believe it or not.
Oh, that one did? Okay, well, then let's not maybe use that as a precedent for the language, I guess.
So I agree, Commissioner Caballero, that, and to my earlier point, the fire department's going to say, you got to give us the full 5 feet. You can't cut out a foot of it with the wire trellises. Well, then that needs to be accommodated, and that's fine. But the wire trellises are still there. And if you cut away the planter, the trees are still there. The major elements don't change. What we saw here doesn't change.
I guess I would just add that, look, we've seen some bad, egregious examples of changes, but just because that happened doesn't mean we go to the other extreme and say absolutely no changes.
We
That's
have
not
multiple
really workable.
examples throughout the city, though.
I would say I would defer to the planning department, but my sense is that there's probably changes that are made all the time, but they don't result in the extreme changes that.
No, I'd really like to move this to commissioner comments because it's a much bigger issue.
So, sorry to interrupt, commissioners. We're working hard over here to try to kind of effectuate it. I think I do want to make the caveat because I think, you know, we do need to be mindful, of course, that as an HAA project, and to the point raised from the dais, there might be things that happen during plan check that change the project. And additionally, we can't condition the project based solely on aesthetic concerns or other things that can't be taken into account for purposes of the HAA approval. What we're now looking at is there's a condition of approval 10.7, which kind of addresses some of those points. That's the requirement that materials and details shall be of high quality. It does have specific language under 10.7a that says materials shall be equal or better to those shown on plans. We have a set of standard conditions there, and maybe one option for the commission is to add a new subsection G under F, EFG, yes, that says the Planning Commission is approving the project, noting that the project must comply with West Hollywood Municipal Code 1962-070B3, and that a change to the approved use or a significant change to the project design, including the provisions of this section 10.7, which includes a change to the plans presented on December 5th, 2024, must return to the Planning Commission.
That is sounding much better. The only possible change I would add in this whole materiality thing is not just the materials used, but how and where they're used don't change. In other words, all of that glass that is going to be our sound wall and our visual barrier, that doesn't change. You know, we've all identified that as an important feature. So that would be the only caveat. But otherwise, I think, Isaac, that sounds as good as it's going to get.
And I do think from our perspective that the main tenets and what the commission liked of the project and the points Commissioner Hoopengrenner is raising are within some of those conditions regarding the materials and the plans presented. So I do think, to your point, we can reference that existing code provision that talks about the approved plans and place it within that 10.7 that does talk a little bit more about materials and some of the specifics. And then we also have the existing other conditions and description that include some of the specifics from the plans.
And then a little note, see videotape.
All 4 hours of it. So I do have one question relating to this, which is back to 1.8 on page 13 of the resolution. Does that text need to be adjusted in relationship to the potential addition? So any major changes as determined by the director may be approved by the planning commission, or
I think
should
Chair,
it say any major changes shall be approved by the planning commission? Like,
I think we may be okay on 1.8 now that we're moving this language regarding sort of the broader scope of 1962-070 to 10.7 instead, and keeping that provision under 1.8, which does talk about major versus minor changes, but is more in line with the specific requirements associated with fire code and county's review. So I would be comfortable, it's the commission's decision.
Okay.
I would be comfortable that that reference is probably sufficient as it stands.
I think, to your point, what this language is saying, any major changes as determined by the director, which means the director has the sole discretion to determine what's major and what's not. And that's what this says. And I think that's part of our conversation here. With all due, deference to our current director, who we are unfairly casting aspersions on for things that you didn't do.
Wait, sorry, are you proposing removing the reference to the objective code that staff has proposed?
we're not talking about the code,
No,
we're talking
we're not
about the
talking about that.
resolution.
Okay,
We're talking about the resolution.
okay, thanks.
So, so to your point, Chair, that last sentence, making sure that there's no conflict between that last sentence and 10.7.
Yeah, that's all I was saying.
Yeah.
If they're suggesting different things.
Yeah.
I think we're comfortable with the addition for 10.7G that would handle it without potentially making it more difficult with the existing code language and how it's contemplated in the context of 1.8.
I would support the staff recommendation.
Same.
I'm good with it. Thank you, everybody. I think this is a good thing. Okay.
So are there any other, as it gets later, my head's trying to pull back to some of the other ones. I know that there were a lot that came from the applicant that we wanted to address, but were there any key items among us here that we want to?
So we're going to go no on a recommendation to council to consider the mix.
About what?
The mix of affordable units.
Is that in read of this project, or as I understood your comment, it was regarding the intent of the To me, that's a bigger issue that we could make a request of staff that we have a discussion, or that council have a discussion about it to maybe prevent this kind of thing from happening going forward. But that would require an update to the code as it stands right now. I don't
feel we have discretion at this point under AJA to say no to this or to try and change that.
I'm not trying to say no, Commissioner Hoop-Gardner. I'm asking if we can pass a recommendation to council. Thank you for your concern.
Let's do it in commissioner comments. I don't
Yeah.
think this is the appropriate time.
This,
I think it's
this is about this project.
Yeah, I think taking it, I think it absolutely needs to be addressed. I think you're right. And I think to my comment, it was like, if this is a go based on how our code is currently worded, then I would be comfortable moving it forward, but agree that like if this is something in the future that we would like to ask staff to ask council to take a look at, I'm fully aligned with that.
Okay.
As part of commissioner comments.
Okay, I just want to make sure there's clarity there.
I agree wholeheartedly with your concern, and I hope we can figure out a way to address it.
Okay. So if we start at page 1, there's the whole urban inn issue on the header. So
And
Isaac?
Yes, I think we can leave a note for the materials that the urban inn is specific to the property, the San Vicente bungalows, as part of the adopted motion. I don't think staff's position would not be necessarily to change the language within the four corners, but maybe just to specify that the urban inn in references within the formal action is specific to the San Vicente bungalows.
So I guess for someone reading this 3 years from now, where would that discussion show up?
We could, I'm looking, Commissioner Hoopengartner, for an easy place to maybe insert it. And maybe we can come back to that one.
Is there a definition section or something that?
At the first reference in section 1 of the resolution, that the first reference to the abutting urban inn, it does say known as San Vicente bungalows. It's actually, it says it right there in section 1.
Yeah, it's in parentheses next to urban inn.
If the Commission's comfortable with that as being sufficient, and it will be obviously a part of the minutes, well, not the minutes, but the administrative record as well. But to Vice Chair Gregoire's reference to section 1 and the reference specifically to the San Vicente bungalows.
I'm not seeing the parenthetical.
And Commissioner Hoopengartner, I wanted to note as well, in the resolution title, about halfway down, it does say a certificate of appropriateness for the construction of a rear pool deck and subterranean space on the Hilldale site for exclusive use by the abutting urban inn, and then in parentheses, San Vicente.
That's what I was. Oh, yeah, okay. Yeah, no, I saw that. Okay. Okay. All right. And Mr. Elliott then has requested his company name to be changed in section 1.
Yes, so if the Commission's amenable, the request was that any reference to Truman Elliott be changed to say Todd Elliott throughout, which is a sort of clerical cleanup that staff could complete as part of the final materials.
That's fine.
Sounds good.
Yep. Okay, so page 5, section 7, the whole and for business on the story plus the 12 feet.
Yes, so in
First 3 or
section
4
7,
times.
yep, and then a concession to increase the building height from the 2 stories and 25-foot height maximum for a property in the R3A zone to allow 1 additional story.
For an additional 12 feet 6 inches.
For an additional 12 feet 6 inches.
Okay, thank you.
And that occurs a couple of times, so.
Sure, and we can denote that change consistently throughout. An additional story for an additional 12 feet 6 inches.
Mr. Elliott made a request on 8.13 to strike the fees.
I had a question for staff
Yep.
on that. Is that a standard condition? That was my understanding in the event that they do make substantive changes. Not saying that they are, but is that the case?
Yes, this is a standard condition that may not apply to the project as designed right now, but because there is a final plan that's submitted to the city engineer for off-site improvements. If anything was to change, we don't want to remove this condition.
Yeah. I didn't think we would want to remove it either, so I wouldn't be in favor of removing that condition.
I would concur with keeping it. If it doesn't qualify for a fee, it doesn't qualify for a fee, but removing the whole statement would not be appropriate in my opinion.
And what I think we'll note as part of the administrative record is the city doesn't disagree that building permit fees are subject to the Subdivision Map Act and applicable housing law. So I think that's implicit.
Okay.
Okay.
13.1, right?
13.1, fixing the 10 a.m. to 10 p.m. twice. Okay, that brings us to 13.5 and 13.6.
There was a request to extend
The outdoor special events, I would vote no.
Yeah, where's the body at?
I would vote to not change what's existing.
Yeah, I'm asking where the body is at.
Right, I'm
meaning
just
our
saying my
colleagues.
vote.
Okay.
Yeah, I agree with that. I wouldn't make changes today. I don't see why we would.
No. Okay. I'm in the same boat.
Chair,
So amplified sound, thoughts, feelings?
there's some reference to amplified sounds currently as stated. I think
Yeah, but it's
I'm
in the,
trying to
it's
understand.
in the existing building, not
Yeah.
the new pool area that's butted right up against a new residential project. So that's a whole new bag of worms. That's my question.
I mean, it makes sense that you wouldn't have loud noise after 6, 7 o'clock, but we allow it all over the city.
Well, and I would
So
also.
how do we restrict?
My concern is we've made a big deal about the fact that these new units have all these home workspaces and these people are going to work from home and now there's going to be all this amplified noise by these party people at the hotel next door.
I'm on the same page. I totally understand.
I just don't
totally
feel
understand.
comfortable with amplified music in that space at all.
Do you want something about triggers if it becomes a noise complaint?
That has not worked well for us.
I don't know. I mean,
Well, what we could do, and we've done in the past, is if the applicant would be amenable, I mean, I don't, is to keep it as is with the existing condition that's in place for the existing property and do like a
Our standard 30, 60, 90.
A
That's what I was
90-day, a
suggesting.
6-month, and a 12-month review. If,
I agree with that approach.
Yeah.
That's
well,
what I was
usually it's just a
suggesting.
report, people come back and code compliance will report on any complaints and how they've been addressed, and then we could take further action if needed, again, if the applicant would be amenable.
Is there yeah, I was going to say, does it
6 months and 12 months?
we
Is
might
that-
need to catch more seasonal
Sure.
range than some other projects, just given that it's a pool deck.
That's true. Yeah, that's a good point.
Maybe it's more about a report at a longer duration. I'd assume if it's a major problem, we're going to hear about it faster. But
Well,
wouldn't
in
wanna-
that case, if they open on June 1, I would say you would want a 30-day reporting period, If they open on January 1, no, maybe not.
I think 6, 12, and 18 is sufficient, or 6 and 12.
On Catch, we did 30,
Okay.
30, 6 months, and 12.
But Catch was in response to problems that had already been flagged.
Yeah.
It was
Right.
why we had it come back. It wasn't a condition of the original approval. It was because of everybody was upset about how much noise there was. So but I mean, if we can get ahead of it, I would be comfortable with 6 and 12.
Yeah, I agree.
Could we
Or
do
3, 6, and 12? 3, 6, and 12?
3, 6, and 12. I think waiting 6 months is it's asking for trouble. I would,
Given the conditions, it makes sense.
given it's right up against a building, I would agree, Commissioner Caballero, 3, 6, and 12. And we've done that before.
I'm comfortable with 3, 6, and 12 if that's what
Yeah,
the commission is
same here.
in alignment with.
So commission, for clarification on the record, so equivalent to what the commission just did with Barry's, essentially a consent item for amplified noise, just to confirm compliance and just to articulate what Commissioner Jones said on the record. The conditions themselves remain the same, and the commission receives consent reports regarding any potential complaints associated with amplified noise.
I don't mean to foil this, but how quickly would these become occupied? I don't know if there's a.
On the affordable staff, is there a certain, I know that the minute they have C of O, don't they need to be occupiable?
No.
At that time, that's when they can become occupiable, but they would go through the city's
Selection process.
selection process.
Right.
I think the 3, 6, 12 is still valuable because there are neighbors on either side.
Well, right, and if there's something to
It's not
report at
just this
3,
building.
it will be 6.
Other buildings, yeah, adjacent.
Okay, yeah,
And-
just asking. If you guys are comfortable with it, it was a thought in my head.
It's a good thought, but I think that period up to the end would cover.
I'm good with 3, 6, and 12.
So just to confirm, it's 3, 6, and 12 months following the first issuance of certificate of occupancy?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. I'll just throw a monkey in the wrench. What if the pool doesn't open for 9 months after the building is occupied?
Do we say or
Yeah,
or occupancy of the pool of the units or the pool, whichever is latest?
Well,
Okay, can I just recommend that you state that, that the review would occur 3, 6, and 12 months after that use is established? Because like Commissioner
The pool
Hooper Garner
use.
said, just because, you know, the building has received a certificate of occupancy, it doesn't necessarily mean that that pool is being used. So we could say that, you know, we could do that review after that use has been established.
I think that's good. Thank
I'm
you,
comfortable
Doug.
with that.
I like that a lot, because that addresses the actual issue. Not that the pool is there, but that there's noise.
Understood. So to Mr. Vu's point, it's tied to a 3, 6, and 12-month return on consent for possible noise concerns after the pool use has been established.
Excellent.
In Commission, I do have a couple that applicant raised as well during his presentation whenever the Commission is ready, but I don't want to interrupt the
No,
flow.
I thought I caught them all, but if I didn't, go for it.
So there was another request from the applicant. This is on the entitlement resolution. It's condition 3.1. And the applicant's request.
For the 60 days?
Yes, to execute the inclusionary agreement within 60 days of the approval of the project instead of 30 in light of the holiday time period.
I'm indifferent. I don't know why there would be a delay, because this particular project, we know what all the units are, and it's already been called out, and there's not even any discussion. But I don't care.
Yeah, I don't have strong feelings about that either. I think it's fine.
Same. I don't see a need to change, but I don't see a reason why it can't be 60 either.
I'm fine with 60.
Yeah, same.
It's fine. I'm fine with 60.
Okay. So consensus is it can change to 60.
Okay, and then there was also a request from applicant under 8.13, the elimination of parking fees for the removal of.
Oh, we discussed that one.
Oh, did we?
Yeah, we
Okay.
said we're not going to remove it,
Oh,
because if we
understood.
don't use
Yep.
it, we don't use it.
Yep. Okay, that's consistent with staff's recommendation as well to maintain it.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I can now read into the record what I have. If
Go
that's
for it.
Okay. So the commission's discussed the added language read into the record. That would be a new 10.7G. The Planning Commission is approving the project, noting the project must comply with West Hollywood Municipal Code 1962070 D3, and that a change to the approved use or a significant change to the project design, including the provisions of this section 7, including the provisions of this section 10.7, which includes a change to the plans presented on December 5th, 2024, must return to the Planning Commission. We've also noted for the record that the urban inn is specific to the property as listed in the title of that entitlement resolution. The city will be changing the resolution, so any instance where it says Truman Elliott will be replaced with Todd Elliott. In section 7 and any other instances where it appears.
Could you try again?
Sorry about that. In section 7, on the concession, there'd be a reference to an additional story for an additional 12 feet 6 inches, and that change would be made throughout. And additionally, under 13.1, the two references to 10 a.m. will be 10 p.m. Conditions 13.5 and 13.6 will remain as written, with a condition added that says at 3 months, 6 months, and 12 months, an item will return to evaluate potential noise impacts on consent calendar, and that will occur starting after the pool use has been established. And under condition 3.1 on the entitlement resolution, the commission has tentatively agreed to amend the 30 days to 60 days for the completion of the affordable housing agreement. And additionally, we read into the record that the city staff concurs with applicant's statement that conditions for fees are subject to applicable state law, so Subdivision Map Act, housing law.
And with those changes, I would move to approve
I'll second.
all the things we talked about.
Okay, so moved with all of the changes that have been discussed amongst the Planning Commission and by staff by Commissioner Hoopengarner and seconded by Commissioner Carvalero. Correct? Am I correct there? We're good? Yeah. We're going to vote.
Commissioner Hoopengarten?
I pressed vote. I don't know when it will show, but I
There we
did.
go.
I did too. Sometimes it looks like you have to push like
Pressed it a
multiple
long
times.
time ago.
And the motion passes, noting 6 ayes, one Commissioner Solomon absent, approving resolutions number PC 241581 and PC 241587. There is an appeal process. The resolutions the Planning Commission just approved memorializes the Commission's final action on this matter. This action is subject to appeal to the City Council. Appeals must be submitted within 10 calendar days from this date to the City Clerk's office. Appeals must be in writing and accompanied by the required fees. The City Clerk's office can provide appeal forms and information about waiver of fees. The appeal process deadline will be Monday, December 16th, 2024 at 5 p.m.
Thank you. It's been a while. Would we like to take a 5-minute break?
Yes,
Or
please.
Is 5 minutes sufficient? Okay, 5-minute break. We'll be back. Let's say that we'll be back at 10:03. Okay, perfect. So next item is item 10A, which we have continued to a date certain, being Thursday, December 19th, which brings us to item 10B, a zone text amendment for accessory dwelling units. And this is a public hearing to consider an amendment to update the accessory dwelling unit regulations in compliance with state law, implementation of the city's housing element program 13. We have a staff report.
Good evening, Chair and Vice Chair and Commissioners. My name is Tahira Ferris, Senior Planner with Long Range Planning Division of our Community Development Department. Tonight I'll be presenting the zone text amendment to update our ADU regulations. As a reminder, we did present a separate zone text amendment regulating ADUs last month. That was to incorporate specific changes to the state law that required us to put those in place by January 1st of 2025. So that item will go to council on December 16th along with an urgency ordinance so that it will take effect immediately. The changes that we'll be discussing tonight were already underway when some new laws were signed in October of this year, and so we processed those first, but the changes tonight will sort of build upon those changes that we talked about last month as well. So I'll just, again, go through some background on the progression of ADUs and regulation within the city, and then a little bit about our Housing Element Program 13, which addresses ADUs, and then discuss the recent state legislation and proposed amendments. So a quick summary of past activity related to ADU regulation in the city of West Hollywood. Our zoning code in 2018 first allowed for the development of ADUs and JADUs, junior accessory dwelling units. And along with that, we reduced parking requirements and implemented objective design standards consistent with state regulations. And then since then, we have updated the ADU ordinance various times to comply with a number of changes to state law that have been occurring. And so we'll continue to do that as necessary with state law. The proposed zone text amendment that we're discussing also implements our Housing Element Program number 13, which specifically addresses accessory dwelling units. And the focus is to really increase the development of ADUs within the city. Some of the objectives under that goal include compliance with current state regulation, that state legislation regulating the development of ADUs, developing incentives to facilitate the development of affordable ADUs. That can include things like fee waivers or reduction of fees, including pre-approved site plans and floor plans that make it easier for applicants to move through the review process and potentially expedited review. And then also allowing ADUs to be sold separately under specific circumstances. So all of those objectives were outlined in our housing element. And the specific legislation that we're addressing tonight, I'll start with actually AB 1033. That allows local jurisdictions to permit accessory dwelling units to be sold separately from the primary residence as a condo unit. AB 1332 actually requires local jurisdictions to create a program to accept pre-approved accessory dwelling unit plans by January 1st of 2025. And then AB 671 requires local jurisdictions to implement incentives for affordable ADU production. And so I'll give a little bit more background on each of these bills. Again, AB 1033 authorizes local jurisdictions to adopt an ordinance that allows ADUs to be sold separately from the primary dwelling unit. Some of the benefits of allowing this would be that it could provide more affordable for sale options. This could increase home ownership opportunities, specifically for missing middle, and also creates opportunities for folks that might be looking to downsize and they could sell off their ADU. If this was allowed, the ADU must be in a common interest development and conform to the city's subdivision ordinance and also comply with other requirements in the state law that permits this. To date, only one city in the state has adopted an ordinance to allow this. It's the city of San Jose. And the city of Berkeley was also considering something like this. So the city of West Hollywood would be pretty forward in adopting something like this. There could be challenges if we were to permit ADUs to be sold separately. Things that come into play, you might think of like timeshares or fractional ownership. And so we've actually put a measure in place to prevent those types of things with ADUs. Again, the intention is to create more affordable options where possible and potentially address missing middle housing. So we want to create opportunities for that. And moving on to AB 1332, this is the requirement that local jurisdictions have a program to accept pre-approved ADU plans. It does require that we have a website that has a list of pre-approved plans. We are required to accept plans from anyone who wants to submit them to be reviewed and become part of our list, so long as they comply with all the objective development standards. And then anyone who uses a pre-approved ADU plan from the city's website would then be subject to this time to act window, which is 30 days to approval. So the main change to our zoning code to incorporate this is really just to specify that time to act if someone is using a pre-approved plan. And then AB 671, again, requires local jurisdictions to develop incentives for the production of affordable ADUs. The city has already implemented our ADU pilot program, which provides low-cost loans and development assistance of ADUs to applicants in exchange for agreeing to rent to a low-income tenant for a number of years. We have also looked into other possible incentives that could include fee waivers or other types of programs that would kind of expedite the process and make it less, or to remove some of the barriers to producing ADUs. So the zone text amendment does include some language that would anticipate some fee waivers, and so there's just a minimal change to the zoning code there to address that, so that when a program is in place, then we would have the process to facilitate that. And then finally, there is a specific council directive that is also included in the proposed zone text amendment. So this is related to rooftop decks on ADUs. Currently, the zoning ordinance prohibits rooftop decks on ADUs regardless of any zone that they are in, and the zoning ordinance specifically says that an applicant cannot apply for a development permit in order to get a rooftop deck on an ADU. So we are implementing this city council directive to allow rooftop decks on ADUs in R3 and R4 zones specifically with a development permit. So that language is added to the code as well. If allowed in R3 and R4 zones with a development permit, this would allow staff to apply the objective development standards in the code for multifamily development in relation to open space requirements. And so that's our recommendation for that. And I think I just went over that. So just a quick update on public outreach for this. We did bring the item to the Long Range Planning Projects Subcommittee on September 19th, and then we also placed information about this project on our Engage WeHo website. We saw some engagement on the webpage, so we could see that folks were looking at it, but there were no comments that were received on it. And so finally, staff's recommendation is to adopt the resolution recommending approval to the City Council. And that's the end of my presentation, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Okay, yes, any questions for staff at this time? Commissioner Jones?
Yeah, I just have a quick question. Are you able to elaborate a little bit on council's rationale? I'm not challenging it. I'm just asking for a little bit of context around why they would have wanted to approve or allow rooftop decks on ADUs in R3, R4. And if not, that's okay too. I'm just curious because I know we had extensive discussions about that at commission. So.
Yeah, so I wasn't here for prior commission discussions on that, but from City Council's directive, my understanding is that allowing them specifically in the R3 and R4 zones is consistent with our existing standards for multifamily development, which does encourage open space, both private and common open space, and allows for that on rooftops. And so, denying that for one type of unit versus other units that are permitted that in those zones sort of seemed inconsistent.
Okay, that makes sense. Thank you.
Commissioner Hoopengarner?
Just one quick question. D2E, little 2, 2 I's. The city must approve or deny an application for a detached ADU within 30 days. If the application uses a plan identical to a prior application for a detached ADU. I understand the concept, great. Somebody else has already done plans, someone uses them again, yay team. What if it's not constructible?
So this is straight from state law. So we are just implementing the state law with this language. This is a requirement to include, so we've included that. That's part of the bill.
Right, but every of the pre-submitted applications or pre-submitted set of plans, they do get reviewed by our building and safety department for constructability. So they do have to go through that sort of vetting process before they get on our list. So I think what that particular statement says is that if the building and safety division, or if the city's already issued a building permit for one of these previous plans, then we can't necessarily deny one. We can just automatically approve it.
But you can't also deny it if it's a project that the second project that proposes to use it, it just physically, it's not possible.
Right.
You are allowed to still deny it.
Yeah, and they still, the applicants still have to do some modifications to a pre-approved plan regardless for when they submit to building and safety. So it's not really kind of like just plopping an
Not
ADU.
complete cookie cutter.
Right, you have to do some structural work, you have to do some siding work,
good.
so that's, you still have to make those modifications.
Any other questions? I have maybe a couple questions just to get up before any public comment, if we have any. I just want to make sure I understand the ADU incentive program. It's not something that's current, it's in pilot,
So what we do currently have is the ADU pilot program, which is the low-cost loans that are offered in exchange for renting to a low-income tenant. That program is sort of going through a separate process. I believe there's 2 ADUs that are currently under construction. The City Council wants to provide further direction on how that program moves forward. So we've also set sort of the foundation framework to also allow for things like fee waivers if the council wants to direct us to waive additional fees or certain fees related to ADU review.
okay. There's currently a formal ADU incentive program?
Yes, like the ADU pilot program, yes.
That's it, okay. I guess I'm asking because right now I'm looking at the red line text, but it references the ADU incentive program.
Yeah, and so again, that's sort of laying the framework or foundation for us so that if the City Council directs us to waive fees, the language is already there to say that if somebody were to participate in the program that allows them to have their fees waived, then it's really just to identify that they have to have a deed restriction.
Okay, and then, okay, for a minimum of 55 years?
Yes.
Okay. I did want to ask because there's reference to basically creating or deeming, I guess, these ADUs a condominium. Is that right? In terms of how it would be described if it were to be sold separately?
Yeah, so that's for a separate bill that allows local jurisdictions to permit this separate sale of ADUs as specifically as condos.
Okay. That's not in here at this time. I just did a search.
So this is under, so if you're looking at, let me try to make it easier for you. If you can go to Exhibit B.
Yes. Yes.
And then the second page, which is E9 under deed restriction.
Yes. Okay. I see it now.
Yeah.
So I guess my question is, if someone were to rent this out, it would be rented under the terms of, as defined as a condominium?
So,
Where I'm circling back to is what our current policy is for rent terms versus a short-term rental, and if we're covered there. But it's late, so I'm connecting the dots a little slower than I want to be right now.
so okay, let me just make sure I understand. I think you're asking if someone were to convert an ADU into a condo
Yes.
and then rent it.
Yes.
That's the question. And then the question is, what would the lease terms be?
Minimum lease term of 1 year because we recently enacted.
Exactly.
Okay.
Yeah.
Whereas if this were 2 years ago, then it
Correct.
could turn into a monthly rental or something instead.
Yeah, so
But
the
that's not
minimum lease
possible.
term will be 1 year. Yeah.
Okay. That was my only other question. Do my colleagues have any more questions?
Yeah, now I have a question.
Commissioner Carvalero?
Because if the if the low-income ADU has made an agreement for, say, 3 to 4 years, and then the owner sells it, does that agreement stay in place and go with the condo ADU?
So the condo is separate from the low income. That's a separate
But you said that
change.
that you have an incentive if you do lower rental. So it's the condo and the rental are totally different?
Correct.
Okay,
Yeah, those are
a rental can turn into a condo if it's subsidized.
So if someone owns a subsidized ADU, the lease terms are going to be that minimum 55-year term.
Okay, got it.
So
That's what you just said. Okay.
They're mutually exclusive.
That term would ride with.
Correct. That
the
would be a deed restriction.
That's what.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, it's good to get clarification. That's what I understood, but I think it's a very good question to ask and confirm.
Sure.
Are there other questions? Do we have any public comments? No. Okay.
Here we have comment.
No. Okay. How about any more questions of staff?
I'll move approval.
Second. I believe we need, never mind.
What? Okay. So, did I forget something here? Why is everyone laughing? Okay, so we have a motion and we have a second. Are there any other questions before we vote? No? Okay.
Okay, I'm pretty sure that was actually the fastest motion we've ever had. Even on nights we only have one item that's like a consent item.
And the motion passes, noting 6 ayes and 1 Commissioner Solomon absent, approving resolution number PC 24-1582. There is no appeal process. This is a recommendation going forward to the City Council.
Okay, thank you. Item 11, new business, no items. Same for item 12, unfinished business, and item 13, excluded consent calendar, which brings us to item 14, items from staff, the planning manager's update, and subcommittee management.
No major updates from the planning managers, but I did want to go over the sort of the upcoming agendas for the Planning Commission and some of the upcoming subcommittees. I won't go all the way into January just to spare you some of the headache. Maybe I'll just do the next couple of meetings in December, or the next meeting in December. December 19th, there are 3 items. There's a amendment a consideration for the Pacific Design Center. There is also a billboard consideration for the Comedy Store at 8433 Sunset Boulevard. And we do have a ZTA that we hope will go as fast as the one today, which is for electric vehicle charging sites and electric vehicle service stations. And then further on, the long-range planning subcommittee is free for the year. So we have no more items for December. We hope to see you in January for a couple more items. Design review subcommittee, those meetings have been canceled. So no items in December. And that concludes the agendas. Thank you. Oh, and I think Isaac has an item from.
I've got one just for the 12/19 meeting, just to confirm and to let Mr. Gillig know for quorum purposes if for some reason anyone needs to be out of town. I know Commissioner Jones will be absent as well as Commissioner Matos, but if anyone else might be absent on the 19th, to just let Mr. Gillig know.
Oh, I hadn't planned to be absent, but I'm more than willing to be absent.
No, that must have been a mistake. So
I
we
thought
will.
you mentioned it. I thought you mentioned it as well, but glad you'll be here.
So we'll see you on the 19th, Eric. And
Oh wait, yeah, I don't know. We'll figure it. It's late. I'll figure it out and tell you.
Okay. We'll leave that as to be confirmed. Anyone else? Everyone else will otherwise be here? Okay, great. Any questions for our planning manager? No? Okay. Public comment. Is there anyone still on? No. Okay.
We scared them all away.
So then items from commissioners. There may be some
I have
items.
one thing.
Okay.
I have an item. I'll
Let's-
keep it
let's-
really brief because I've already belabored it, but I really do feel like that code needs to be updated to become an objective standard. I think it's wrong for us to have separate but equal housing in this community, and that did not make me feel good to vote yes on that item for that reason, but I voted yes on it because of the housing that it provides and the 6 new opportunities it's going to have for people of very low and low income to be able to come and live and work in this community in a meaningful way. And then 4 rent stabilized units. But I think that we should discuss on an item that could go to council that would recommend from the Planning Commission that code be updated to an objective standard so that future projects can benefit from an objective standard that is in line with the city's values.
So Commissioner Matos, I had a chance to talk a little bit with our assistant CDD director over the break, and I think the process, if there's some concurrence from the commission, would first be to bring an item back to this body to kind of talk about it and go through the procedure to make a formal request of council. So
Okay. Perfect. Okay, we could do that.
As in agendize an item?
Correct.
Okay.
So agendize, is there a time frame we put on it?
We would look at workflow and try to get it on calendar
Within a reasonable amount of time?
Yeah.
Within a reasonable amount of time?
Yeah.
Like before March?
Yeah, I mean.
Okay, cool, I like that.
We can
before
always
March.
ask again each meeting if it's not right. So I think reasonable amount of time, and we'll ask for check-ins if it's not being agendized quickly.
And I would just say, I know we'll have the joint meeting in January 1st to kind of go through that collaboration on the development agreement. So I imagine the work plan, it'll be a little easier to find the time as we're moving on from that discussion between the commission and the council on DAs.
Okay. Could it be added to that discussion? No? Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. But I like the idea. Okay, anyone else have any questions? It seems like there's consensus on that, though. Fine. Yes, Commissioner Carvalero.
No, you can go ahead. Go ahead.
Okay, so enforcement's becoming my thing because, like Commissioner Hoopengarter mentioned, there are these buildings going up that came through design review, were approved in Planning Commission, and they don't look anything like what we saw. And I know how challenging getting through building and safety is, and codes change things, and there's value engineering, but these buildings look nothing like what we had approved. And that's why I got so triggered in our last project review, because we want to make sure that building, it's a beautiful building, we want to see a beautiful building. What I've experienced is and my gripe is that clients spend so much time and architects spend so much time making plans code compliant and feasible, and then we get a building permit and the inspector signs off on all sorts of things that are not ADA compliant, they're not at all what we designed, and they don't look anything like what we had approved. I don't know what the solution is to this, but I think it's a problem, and our city's small enough that I hope that we could come up with a solution so that we can mitigate having some of these eyesores that are going in the ground and will likely be there for at least 50 years. Yeah, I just feel like something should be addressed with this. And I don't know who to do it, or do we give it as a request to staff to explore?
Well, as you were talking, I had a thought. We've already, between the two of us, come up with two very specific examples. And especially given that we have a new director and a new senior, I'm going to get your title wrong, Jennifer, a new junior director, assistant director, that maybe those two projects or any others that people come up with are an opportunity for a quick study and see where the breakdowns happened. Was it at building? Was it in the original plan check? I mean, where did the breakdowns happen? And without pointing fingers at anyone in particular, but where in the process was there a breakdown and how can we address it? And because, I mean, we can point to these, and I think I sent Commissioner Caballero a picture of the one at the foot of my hill. Here's the before, and here's the after, and it's absolutely unrecognizable. And so how did that happen? I mean, there were cladding changes, there were elevation changes, there were rooftop changes, there were multiple changes. And so, how?
I think that's a great idea. An analysis of those two projects would be, yeah.
Sorry, what?
I think that's a great idea. An analysis of those two particular projects, and how it went through the process and how it ended up looking the way it did.
Who approved it,
would be
from what
helpful.
department, why? And again, not pointing fingers, but where were the breakdowns? How, was there some driver? What was pushing it? Who was maybe given authority beyond maybe what they should have? Back to definitely the inspectors, doing things that they just tick their plumbing box, but it's not on the plans. The plumbing's up to code, but that plumbing didn't exist on the plans, that kind of thing. And I think it doesn't need to be overly exhaustive. I think you could do it relatively easily, but I think it could be very informative.
I think hopefully staff understands and can perhaps at the next meeting, you want to maybe suggest what could or could not be done, or even now.
So, hi, how are you all? I want to be careful here because I don't want to start talking about something that's not on the agenda. So I understand what you're saying. We definitely take a look at these things as they come up and recognize what happened on certain instances, and then it takes time for any changes to show, right? If something, because the whole building has to be built before we can do that. But we have implemented certain, recognizing that the building inspectors aren't looking at the same things that a planner would be looking at. We've been implementing additional planning inspections during the construction process to just make sure that certain things are being done the right way. And we go out at C of O and we do our best to make sure that if things aren't done the right way, that they are corrected. That said, the same thing that we say on every project is that there are objective standards and then there are subjective things. And there are times when we can't really say that you can't make a certain change because it's not an objective standard, and we're limited as we go through by the Housing Accountability Act, particularly for housing projects. So I will leave it at that. We can, again, you can agendize a discussion of this further if you'd like. I don't know that we will be able to prepare a full report, but we can certainly talk through some things.
Well, again, I don't think it needs to be exhaustive. But I think we've got enough examples that, okay, what are the major things that went wrong here? How did they happen? Have we already addressed them in some of our existing changes, or is it something else we need to look at? Because I was 1 minute away from, I keep all my plans. I have a whole closet with all my plans. And I've threatened more than once recently to go pull my plans and drive down the street and go, does that still match? Because I know they don't. And that's not fair to the community. The community who spends a lot of time, to the applicant, to everybody. It's just, it's not right to have buildings that are so dramatically different.
So understanding that it's getting late, is there any potential?
I would suggest that maybe we could follow up with Commissioner Hoopengardner and Commissioner Calvagliero and about the two specific instances, so we can understand specifically what what you're speaking to, and then we could take a look at some of the recent changes that we've made in terms of our practices, and really kind of try to understand what's going on with those specific situations, and see if that's something that we feel like has been addressed through changes that we've been making, or whether there's still the potential for those sorts of things to happen in the future, and what options there might be for us to address them.
Or if, we want an ad hoc subcommittee or something where we just sit down and point out things without creating a burden and creating a thing, but whatever.
And sorry, I was just going to interject. I do want to be cognizant to the point Ms. Alkire raised, just that we haven't agendized sort of a more robust discussion on this tonight, so.
Okay, so that might be the first step, and we can talk about those in more detail. So, sounds like there will be some discussions with a couple of commissioners, and then we can potentially agendize something, or during commissioner comments that can be brought up again.
I would just add that to Commissioner Matos's point, I know you guys have a heavy work plan, and you got a lot of to-dos from us and council, but this is significant, and I hope this doesn't fall to the bottom of the list.
Okay. Commissioner Jones, I think you had something to say.
Yeah, I just wanted to note I will not be here for the December 19th meeting. I have to be in New York for work, which is nice because I wasn't working for a while, not by my choice. But I am sorry to miss it, largely not to trivialize any ZTAs because they're very important, but I will not be here for the Comedy Store project, which I was on Sassy for, so I'm a little bummed about that, but carry on without me, and I trust you'll make a great decision. That's it.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else? Okay. Then I will adjourn this meeting. It's 10:42 p.m. and our next regularly scheduled meeting is on Thursday, December 19th here at Council Chambers at 6:30 p.m. Thank you very much.